would like to call this meeting to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Mrs. Becker. Here. Mr. Cummings. Mr. Goswami.
Here.
Ms. James, Ms. Guas.
Here.
Mrs. Herrick.
Here.
Mr. Hung.
Here.
Dr. James. Mrs. Reese. Here. President Lax.
Here. We have a quorum. Please rise to salute the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the rights of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed and acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this Act, the East Brunswick Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted at the Board of Education offices. Written notice was also provided to the Sentinel, the Newark Star Ledger, the Home News Tribune, the Alternative Press of East Brunswick, and the Municipal Clerk of East Brunswick. All Board of Education meetings, with the exception of executive session discussions, are videotaped for later broadcast. It is the policy of the Board of Education that videotape meetings are not edited for any purpose. Individuals who speak at the Board's public meetings should be aware of these videotaping rules. Good evening. I'm going to call for a closed session as we do. I just wanted to ask, I know it's going to be a packed crowd tonight. We are going to start when we come back with the resolutions for the students. So I just want to make sure everyone will get a chance to be here to speak later, but I want to make sure that the parents of the students have places to sit if we can up front, just to make sure they can be here to celebrate their kids. With that, whereas the Board of Education must discuss matters which are not appropriate for discussion in a public meeting, and these subjects are within the exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act and are permitted to be discussed in closed session, the Board of Education intends to discuss matters as follows. Those items listed on tonight's agenda. The length of closed session is estimated to be 1 hour, after which the public meeting of the Board shall reconvene and action will be taken. Now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education will recess into closed session for only the aforesaid subjects, and be it further resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education hereby declares that its discussion of the aforesaid subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Moved by Mrs. Becker.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Herrick. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We will see you in an hour. Great. Welcome back, everybody. So I'd like to see all our students front and center. It's a bittersweet, I'm going to wait a little bit, but it's a bittersweet day, Chris, because, not that I play favorites, but to get this evening started, I'm going to ask Dr. Valesky for his superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Lax. Good evening, everyone. On Tuesday, May 28th, over 400 musicians from Churchill Orchestra and Chorus participated in the Churchill Spring Pops concert. This event was a celebration of excellence in the arts as students played popular musical numbers from bands like Coldplay and Led Zeppelin in a fun and relaxed environment. The students rocked with the Churchill Gym, which had a packed audience. The number of students who participated was remarkable, and guests had an opportunity to see the vast musical talents which many of our students will be recognized for at tonight's Board of Education meeting. The Human Resources Department hosted their inaugural signing day on Friday, May 31st. Students who are going to college for education were recognized and celebrated. Students were given a promise of first consideration once they graduate college for a future teaching position in the district. And we know these students have received a top-notch education in East Brunswick and look forward to them returning to the district in the future to continue the tradition of excellence. On Tuesday, June 4th, the Churchill Positive Behavior Supports in Schools Initiative recognized their Students of the Month from the 2023-2024 school year. Students were selected to be recognized for excellence in academics and demonstrating excellent character. I, along with other administrators and teachers, celebrated student accomplishments. The students had the opportunity to play some fun games and win prizes for their efforts. The Bears and Clubs preschool program had their annual Moving Up graduation ceremony at the high school on Wednesday, June 5th. The high school students, along with their teacher, Taylor Lyons, had a really special year working with the 3- and 4-year-old learners in the preschool education lab, an honors course here at the high school. This year, the high school students wrote and rehearsed all of the songs featured in the ceremony. Today, Hammersholt Upper Elementary School Administration and Student Services Department welcomed the families of 5th and 6th grade Student of the Month winners at a ceremony acknowledging their accomplishment. The ceremony showcased 18 students who have displayed exceptional character throughout the 2023-2024 school year. Ball in the House, an R&B soul pop a cappella group based out of Boston, will be coming to perform at the JM PAC on Thursday, June 14th at 7 p.m. They will be performing along with special guests, and that includes Dr. Renee Sakadaka-Dukta and the Warnsdorfer Chorus. This performance is being sponsored by the East Brunswick Education Foundation. All ticket sales will be donated to EBEF. Tickets can be purchased at ebarts.booktix, that's BOOKTIX.com. Just a few reminders. Tomorrow, Friday, June 7th, is a single session day for the high school students only, and tomorrow night is also the senior prom. Monday, June 10th, is a single session day for the high school students only as they begin taking their finals. Tuesday, June 11th, Wednesday, June 12th, and Thursday, June 13th are single session days for the high school and Churchill Junior High School students only for their finals. Friday, June 14th is a single session day for all students with lunch served for grades K through 6. Monday, June 17th is a non-school day for students and a non-work day for our 10-month staff. And Tuesday, June 18th, is a single session day for all students with lunch served for grades K through 6. It's the last day of school, and it's graduation for the class of 2024. So as I conclude, I want to talk about the yearbook investigation. If you live in East Brunswick, you received 2 messages from me yesterday via Blackboard, both by phone call and by email. As soon as we were aware that there was a situation with the yearbook on Tuesday afternoon, we began an investigation. And that went through the afternoon and part into the evening. But we were also celebrating our athletes here in this facility at their annual athletic awards. So the next day, Wednesday, we conducted an initial investigation. And from that initial investigation, we've determined at a minimum that there was a gross lack of oversight in the creation of that page for the yearbook. And we acknowledge it is unacceptable. We also know the impact to students, all students in East Brunswick and the entire East Brunswick community because of this oversight. Because of that reason, I have, after talking with board council, will be making a recommendation tonight to the board for their action to initiate a special council investigation, an outside investigator who will begin work tomorrow to validate what we've already seen and to draw a conclusion, an independent, thorough, and fair conclusion that we can deliver to the community. I want to assure everyone that we have taken the commentary, the passion, the anger, we have taken it seriously. This should have never happened. And we have to have safeguards in place to make sure it never happens again. This investigation will be fruitless if we don't have controls in place to make sure this never happens again. So I want to encourage every parent, every student who purchased a yearbook, who currently has a yearbook from our senior class, to return it to the main office at the high school tomorrow, because we have already produced a new proof for an insert to repair that page or to replace that page. The yearbooks will be tagged, they'll be identified as your yearbook. We understand some people have already collected signatures. It will be protected, and it will be brought back to the central office where the book will be repaired, returned to the high school, and given back to you before senior send-off on Wednesday. So again, I encourage everyone to do that, and we will begin this investigation in earnest with what we've already done tomorrow. Thank you, President Lax.
Thank you, Dr. Valesky. Look at my smiling students. We do have some resolutions this evening so that we can do them smoothly and get to enjoy each group. I'm actually going to ask for the motion ahead of time for 1 through 13 for our resolutions this evening. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to read them.
Motion by Mrs. Herrick. Second by Mrs. Becker. Is there any discussion? Okay. Will the secretary please call the roll?
It's not a roll call.
Oh, it's not a roll call. I should know that, but I don't. I'm going to go over to the podium, and I will start off the festivities. Okay. Whereas administration professionals are the partners in the education of our students, and whereas administrative professionals play a major role in creating an environment that is conducive to learning in our schools, and whereas administrative professionals provide valuable services to our students, faculty, staff, parents, and other members of the community, and whereas administrative professionals are essential to the efficient, effective operation of the schools, and whereas administrative professionals facilitate important communications between the schools, parents, and other members of the community, and whereas administrative professionals help to maintain the excellent reputation of the district, and whereas Administrative Professionals Day was April 24th, 2024, now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education expresses appreciation to our administrative professionals for their dedication and commitment to our students and our schools. And I believe Seema Nadkar is going to be accepting this. Proud, I'm getting my steps in. Okay. Whereas all members of the faculty and staff contribute to the excellence of the school district, and whereas all members of the faculty and staff are partners in the education of our students, whereas all members of the faculty and staff play an essential role in creating a welcoming and secure learning atmosphere in which all students are able to achieve to the fullest extent, and whereas the dedication and commitment of all members of the faculty and staff are directly related to the outstanding accomplishments of our students, whereas there's no greater legacy than the sound education of our students receive, and Faculty and Staff Appreciation Week was May 6th through 10th, 2024. Now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education commends all members of the faculty and support staff for their time and effort they devote to our students. And I believe Dr. Dana Zimbicki and Lisa Knoppenberger are going to meet me at the bottom of the stage. Okay, a resolution of appreciation for our school lunch hero day. I'd like to move that the Board of Education approve the following resolution. Whereas nutritious meals at school are an essential part of the school day, and whereas the child nutrition staff are committed to providing healthy, nutritious meals to the district's children, and whereas the individuals who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support, and the day, Friday, May 3rd, 2024, is celebrated as School Lunch Hero Day. Now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Public Schools express its deep appreciation to these valuable employees and commends their good work on behalf of the children. And who will be accepting on behalf of School Lunch Hero Day? Is that going to be you again, Dana? You're getting your steps in too. Okay, this one I get to stay on stage for. You know I'm smiling. The Board of Education approve the following resolution. Whereas Chris O. has served as a student representative on the Board of Education for the 2023-2024 school year, and whereas Chris has faithfully attended meetings, offered insight as a student of East Brunswick, and effectively communicated the Board of Education's actions to his fellow students, now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognizes and commends Chris O. for his time and service to the East Brunswick Board of Education. I'm going to ask my fellow board members to help me with the rest of these, starting with Mrs. Goss.
A resolution of commendation for the 2024 NJSIAA Coach of the Year, Girls Wrestling. I move that the Board of Education approve the following resolution. Whereas each year, the Coach of the Year for Girls Wrestling is selected by the NJSIAA and the coaches. This year, the honor went to the East Brunswick High School girls wrestling coach, Rachel Daddio. And whereas Coach Daddio was also the GMC Girls Central Regional State Coach of the Year, as well as the National Wrestling Coaches Association New Jersey Coach of the Year, Rachel has also been an advocate for the girls wrestling in the state of New Jersey for the last 6 years. Whereas Coach Daddio's team building skills, determination make her a tremendous role model for the students on the East Brunswick High School wrestling team, and now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognizes and commends Coach Rachel Daddio for this outstanding accomplishment.
Good evening, East Brunswick. The resolution of commendation 9th Annual New York Times Student Review Contest. Move that the Board of Education approve the following resolution, whereas one East Brunswick High School student, April Yu, was a winner of the 9th Annual New York Times Student Review Contest, and whereas the goal of the New York Times contest is to encourage young writers to shape the cultural conversation about today's world. April's essay evaluated the style, talent, and maturity of the pop musician Olivia Rodrigo. April was selected from over 3,200 submissions, and whereas this accomplishment, a tribute to the students' hard work, dedication, and commitment, has brought local, state, and national recognition to their school, the district, and the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognizes and commends East Brunswick High School student April Yu and her teacher Catherine Skidmore for this outstanding accomplishment.
Good evening. I'm happy to present this resolution of commendation for 2024 All-State Band and Orchestra. Whereas, following a rigorous audition process, Gavin Salgado, a Churchill Junior High student, successfully auditioned into All-State Band as a percussionist. And whereas, to be eligible for All-State auditions, students must first achieve a high-ranking region band score. At All-State auditions, Gavin was among the top 10 auditions out of 50 students from all of New Jersey. He attended many weekend rehearsals and performed at the NJMEA annual convention held in Atlantic City on February 23rd, 2024, under the direction of Dr. Joseph Higgins. And whereas this honor, a tribute to the students' talent, hard work, and dedication, has brought local and state recognition to our schools, the district, and to the community, now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognizes and commends Gavin Salgado and his teacher, Christopher Bouvet, for this outstanding accomplishment. Congratulations.
Hello, everyone. Resolution for Commendation 2024 NJMEA All-State Intermediate Orchestra. Whereas following a rigorous audition process, 7 Churchill Junior High School students were among the top student musicians from throughout entire New Jersey selected to participate in 2024 New Jersey Music Education Association All-State Intermediate Orchestra, whereas this selection requires a commitment on behalf of the students, and that results in many hours of intensive practice with students from all over New Jersey. And whereas the honor a tribute to the students' talent, hard work, and dedication has brought local and state recognition to our school and district and to the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that East Brunswick Board of Education recognize and commend the students and their teachers for the outstanding accomplishment. Mr. Christopher Beaufair, please read the student's name.
Allison Chua. Alan Lay. Ziwei Ma.
There you go.
Stephen Shen. Justin Wang. Austin Wu. And Angela Shi.
Resolutions of Commendation 2024 NJMEA All-State Orchestra. Whereas following a rigorous audition process, 2 Churchill Junior High School students are among the top student musicians from throughout New Jersey, selected to participate in 2024 New Jersey Music Educators Association All-State Orchestra. And whereas the selection requires a commitment on behalf of the students that result in many hours of intensive practice with the students from all over New Jersey and accumulate in the students performing as an assembly in November 2024. And whereas this honor a tribute to the students' talent, hard work, and dedication, has brought local and state recognition to our states and the district and to the community. Now, therefore, to be resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognize and commend the students and their teachers for their outstanding accomplishment. So Chris, please read the names.
Matthew Ham, and Saparish Prakash.
Whereas, following a rigorous audition process, 3 East Brunswick Public School students were among the top student musicians from throughout New Jersey selected to participate in the 2024 NJMEA All-State Symphonic Band. Whereas this selection requires a commitment on behalf of the students that results in many hours of intensive practice, and they successfully auditioned in the top ensemble for the state, and this achievement culminated in a performance with the All-State Symphonic Band at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center. And whereas this honor, a tribute to the students' talent, hard work, and dedication, has brought local and state recognition to our schools, the district, and the community, now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognizes and commends these students and their teacher. Mr. Zachary Gates will read the names.
Maria Mueller, Kenny Shao, and Aaron Wong.
Good evening. I'm pleased to read the resolution of commendation for the 2024 NJMEA All-State Wind Ensemble. Whereas, following a rigorous audition process, 1 East Brunswick High School student was among the top student musicians from throughout New Jersey selected to participate in 2024 NJMEA All-State Wind Ensemble, and whereas the student placed highly enough in the 2024 NJMEA All-State Band auditions to earn the only position for piano in the 2024 All-State Wind Ensemble. This group contains the highest scoring students in the state of New Jersey. He performed a concert in Atlantic City and at the NJ in February. And whereas this honor, a tribute to the student's talent, hard work, dedication, has brought local and state recognition to our schools, the district, and to the community. Now therefore, be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognizes and commends the student and their teacher. Zachary Gates will read the names.
Ahan Koshik.
It is my pleasure to offer a resolution of commendation to the 2024 Rutgers Waxman Scholars. Whereas 24 East Brunswick High School students participating in the nationally recognized Rutgers Waxman Scholars Program, in which they focused on the DNA sequence analysis of genes and have had their research published on the National Center for Biotechnology Information database, which disseminates biomedical information for the better understanding of molecular processes affecting human health and disease. And whereas scientists from around the world will be accessing the published research of these students for their own research purposes, and whereas this accomplishment, a tribute to the students' hard work, dedication, and commitment, has brought local, state, and national recognition to their school, the district, and the community. Therefore, be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognizes and commends the students and their advisor for this outstanding accomplishment. The advisor, Ann Sinelli, will read the names.
Jonathan Lee. James Tang. Krupa Shah. Elliot Mahmood. And Ali Salama. Okay, so I will read the last resolution, the resolution of commendation for New Jersey We the People 2024, the Citizen and the Constitution High School Competition. So move that the Board of Education approve the following resolution, whereas at the New Jersey We the People 2024, the Citizen and the Constitution Competition, students testified on constitutional issues in simulated congressional hearings, demonstrating impressive knowledge of the Constitution, exhibiting the ability to think critically and express their ideas clearly and articulately, And whereas, following vigorous preparation, 22 East Brunswick High School students in the Advanced Placement for Political and Legal Education, AP IPPL class, placed first and were selected to represent New Jersey in We the People, the Citizen, and the Constitution competition for the 35th time out of a possible 36 years, earning the class the opportunity to represent the state at the national finals. And whereas this accomplishment, a tribute to the students' hard work, dedication, and commitment, has brought local, state, and national recognition to their school, the district, and the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education recognizes the students and their advisors for this outstanding accomplishment. And Advisor Mark Mundre will now read the names.
Dhruv Agrawal. Neiman Bacher. Anna Barrett. Tanisha Bhatia. Kenneth Chan. Evelyn Chow. Shayan Chaudhry. Rania Fakihi. Bernice Fung. Christina Gonzalez Plumacher. Sanjay Kadam. Brendan Law. Jonathan Lee. Aryan Nair. Chris O. William Palmer. Shlok Pathak. Tanvi Sood. Thomas Stein. Saher Tangri. Aaron Wang. Evan Wu. My colleague Ellen Spivey. And my former IPPL teacher, Alan Broadman.
Congratulations to all of our outstanding students. We do have one extra surprise presentation for you. Mr. Pulowski is going to come up here and talk about the Urban Land Institute program, which I'm happy to say is near and dear to my heart. My husband brought the program to the district a couple years ago. Would have been here this evening. Unfortunately, he's been ill this week, so he's not here. But Mr. Pulowski has done such an amazing job with this program. Mr. Mondry, I believe, started it and has passed the baton, and it's unbelievable how it's grown. These kids are amazing. I was actually fortunate this year to sit through all of the presentations, and it was very hard for you guys to choose a winner. So I'm going to let you talk about these outstanding students and let some of their peers get to see just how wonderful they are as well.
Thank you. Urban Plan is a realistic, engaging, university-level, classroom-based, teacher-led 15-hour curriculum unit for economics and selected government classes. It is a carefully crafted hybrid of project and problem-based learning. Through Urban Plan, our students discover how the forces of our market economy clash and collaborate with the non-market forces in our representative democracy to create the built environment in which they live. In the project, the students were given a request for proposal and tasked to redevelop the Elmwood district of Yorktown, competing against their classmates in different groups. After weeks of preparation and numerous facilitations, the IPPL students completed the Urban Plan project. They presented their redevelopment plans to a fictitious town council headed by EB Mayor Brad Cohen and other ULI members. There's two sets of students I'd like to recognize. The first set is our project winners, our group winners for the year. This year's winning redevelopment team was Unite Projects, comprised of Zach Braunstein, Aryan Rayana, Rukaya Tapia, Siri Navanidam, and Carolus Mikhail. I would also like to acknowledge our individual role award winners. Each team, each student had its own individual roles, and these are the winners of those awards. Our best marketing directors, Hannah Smutko and Joy Zaki. Best financial analyst, Arun Balaji. Best Site Planner, Avani Saharsabudi. And Best Equity Environmental Director, Seth Smoller.
I'm going to put a plug in that if anyone finds themselves ULI Day at the municipal building, you might want to go and watch these kids in action because, wow, I've seen adults that can't perform under pressure the way they do. And some of these board members up there make Simon Cowell look like a nice guy with the questions they ask. And these kids don't miss a beat. So truly, those are very, very well-earned accommodations this evening. And in case you think I'm stalling, I am. because I am going to ask Chris, my friend Chris, to give his last student representative report for us this year, and he's going to be introducing us to his board rep for the next year. So take it away, Chris.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Although school year is coming to an end, there has been no shortage of events and activities at the high school. So I'd like to take some time to recap the past few weeks at EBHS. On May 29th, the East Brunswick Student Council attended the annual NJASC award ceremony at Six Flags, where we were one of 4 schools to receive the Standards of Excellence Award. Afterwards, students got to enjoy an exciting day at the amusement park, and I could probably say that I overcame my fear of heights when strapped into my seat at King Dakar. The East Brunswick Student Council also held its 2nd annual movie night on May 31st, which was a big hit. Hundreds of students and staff gathered outdoors on the soccer field to watch the classic rom-com, 10 Things I Hate About You. On June 4th, the high school celebrated Decision Day for its seniors. It was definitely a melancholy day for many, as there was a map of the United States displaying seniors dispersed across the entire country for the next 4 years. However, this feeling was quickly remedied when the counseling staff brought in tubs of ice cream and lawn games out to the senior patio. Thank you to the staff for a memorable day, and congratulations to all graduating seniors. The next big events at the high school are prom, which is tomorrow, and graduation on the 18th. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the Board of Education for a wonderful opportunity and for welcoming me from the very first day I sat in this chair to now. I'd also like to introduce Rishi Kundaran, who will be the next Student Council President at the high school and student representative to the Board of Education in the coming years.
Thank you, Chris, for the introduction and all the great work you've done this year at the board. I'm definitely excited to be fulfilling my role as Board of Ed representative and working with the amazing community and staff here we have at EBHS. So let's have a great year. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm glad you got to do your founder report in front of your peers. They get to see all the hard work you put in this year. And Rishi, we're excited to have you. I think you'll be a fine addition, and I look forward to seeing your reports. I know we say this each year, but it's very true. You will have very big shoes to fill. Chris gave him some pointers on what to expect. And for anyone that doesn't know, I know I say at every meeting, Chris will not be that far away down at Princeton University, so we can always call on him in case you need any pointers. Making EB proud, my friend. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations again to everyone, for the students, for the faculty awards, for the families. You should be incredibly proud. I know we all are. I'm actually going to call for a 5-minute recess for those students that might need to get home and get ready for prom. But no. I know you'll be studying next week. That'll be next week's problem. But thank you again. And as I said, about 5 minutes we'll reconvene. And for the board members, please don't go far. Okay. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. To protect the privacy of all students and staff, concerns regarding individual students and staff members should generally be addressed by first meeting with the appropriate administrative staff. In order to permit the fair and orderly expression of such comment, the board shall provide a period for public comment in every meeting of the board. A participant will be limited to 3 minutes duration. Elapsed time will be determined through the use of a timing device operated by the board secretary. And as I always do remind the public, this is your time. You will have the 3 minutes to speak to the board. Please never mistake our silence as not caring about any issue that you bring up to us, anything that needs follow-up. Looking for my ladies. Janet, there they are. They move to the third row right here. So if there's something that does require a follow-up, if you make sure your contact information is left with those ladies, we'll be sure to get that to you. That being said, the other thing I just want to let you know, I know there's a lot of people here tonight. I will make sure I will not close the public portion until everyone has gotten a say. So I know some people tend to stand online, Don't worry, I tend to be very, very thorough, so I promise there'll be time for everyone that wants to speak. So who would like to be the first contestant? Thank you, Dom. Okay. And as you come up to the microphone, if you could just state your name and address for the record, everybody, thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, and happy Pride Month. My name is Dominic Sclafani. I live at 2 Morgan Place in East Brunswick. I know you stated this isn't a back and forth, but I feel you may want to make an exception to this. I'm here because I'm very baffled by the fact that Mr. Juliana, an administrator, made a very hurtful comment when talking about disabled students and calling them handicapped in a public meeting during Autism Awareness Month, which is viewable online, by the way. And no one here even uttered the words, "I'm sorry." Now, nobody's perfect, so I understand if slip-ups happen, but you didn't even try to correct yourself or apologize. And as many of you know, I'm autistic and have Tourette's, and not only myself, but other members and allies of the disabled community in town were disgusted by those remarks, and even more so that you acted like it didn't even happen. I am not handicapped. I am a human being. Regarding the state aid budget, the fact that you are outright refusing to hire Dr. Figueroa once again tells us everything we need to know. You act like we're broke, yet you had $25,000 to search for a new high school principal when Mr. Pazinko, Mr. Nazo, or even Mr. Hannes are more than capable to take up the helm. I'm also curious how much this council to investigate the yearbook will cost, but knowing how money is spent around here, I'd say a couple $1,000s. I'd be remiss that Dom in 9th grade would not have been able to get up in a public meeting in front of hundreds of people and give a speech, not 1, not 2, but 3 times. And thank you. And I can say that because of Dr. Figueroa's leadership with special education, I can stand up here and talk to all of you. The fact that you are keeping a superintendent who has made constant statements over the years that are borderline ableist over the superintendent who has time and time again shows he cares for the disabled community tells us everything we need to know. Board members, here's the petition I started at the beginning of May, which was handed to you at the last meeting, except this time with over 1,100 signatures. The fact you are not listening to your constituents, the people who elected you, tells us everything we need to know, and I truly hope this was worth it for you.
Thank you, Dom, for your comments. You know what, I am going to break protocol for a second. I'm not going to say sorry. What I am going to say is that I will look back at the tape because my understanding was that when Mr. Giuliano mentioned that word, it was the name of the school. So I will look into it, I promise you, to find out, because that was the understanding that he was talking about an actual name. And if I find it was something other than that, then I will have an apology for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Catherine O'Gara. I live at 251 Ruse Lane. Good evening, members of the Board of Education. I stand before you today as a concerned parent advocating for the well-being and safety of our preschool children. Currently, the ELA, Early Learning Academy preschool class in Warnsdorfer Elementary School, where my 4-year-old son Charlie is a student, is a classroom that does not have a bathroom. As outlined in the New Jersey Administrative Code, Title 6A, Chapter 26, Subchapter 6.3, Educational Facility Standards, an individual toilet room shall be provided in each preschool classroom. In lieu of providing an individual toilet room in each classroom as required, toilet rooms may be provided adjacent to or outside of the classroom if the following criteria are satisfactorily addressed. 1, provisions may be made for adult supervision in a manner that will not infringe upon instructional time, and 2, the toilet room and signage shall be visible to a child from the classroom door. Currently, none of these state requirements are being met. There is no bathroom in the classroom, despite the fact that a classroom with a bathroom in it sat empty for the entire school year. The bathroom, which is located approximately 177 feet from the classroom, is both too far for bathroom signage to be visible from the classroom door and too far for the children to access unsupervised, leading to frequent disruptions to the learning environment. In addition to this being a state requirement, preschool-age children benefit greatly from having a bathroom within their classroom environment for several reasons. 1, convenience and accessibility. Preschoolers have smaller bladders and may need to use the bathroom more frequently. Having a bathroom within the classroom ensures immediate access when nature calls, minimizing disruptions to the learning environment. It promotes independence for children. Encouraging independence is a crucial aspect of preschool education, and having a bathroom in the classroom empowers children to take ownership of their bathroom routines. It helps with safety and supervision in potentially hazardous environments where bathrooms have not been adapted with smaller sinks and toilets. It helps increase hygiene and health, where teachers can reinforce the importance of hand washing and other sanitary habits, and it improves time management. Having a bathroom within the classroom saves valuable instructional time. In recognition of this urgent need, I have taken the initiative to gather support from fellow parents. A petition advocating for the relocation of the classroom has garnered the signatures of 60 concerned parents and community members, underscoring the widespread support for this cause within our community. This is my second time addressing the board about this issue, in addition to sending many emails and distributing the aforementioned petition, and no solutions have yet been proposed. I urge the board to take swift and decisive action to address this issue. By reallocating classroom resources appropriately, we can ensure that our preschoolers have access to the facilities they require to thrive academically and socially. Let us uphold our commitment to providing high-quality education for all students, starting from the earliest stages of their learning journey. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Good evening. My name is Michael Plunner, 26 Peach Orchard Drive. My name is Michael Plunner, 26 Peach Orchard Drive. Good evening, members of the board and East Brunswick community. Thank you for allowing us to speak this evening. We're here this evening to address the systemic anti-Semitism in our high school that this latest incident with the yearbook exemplifies. This is not an isolated incident, but an escalation of ongoing issues that demand our urgent attention. To grasp the seriousness of this issue, let's reflect on our collective history. Not too long ago, we tolerated discrimination based on the color of one's skin. It was socially acceptable to make derogatory jokes about women. Insensitive comments about gender identity were dismissed as just jokes. Today, we know better, and we don't tolerate this abhorrent behavior. Yet, it's 2024, and we still haven't provided the same protections for our Jewish students that we extend to other marginalized groups. For example, a number of students reported in the last couple of days that teachers in the high school felt free to share their opinion with the students and that the Jews were overreacting to this situation. Overreacting. That's the same old way of dismissing, minimizing, and gaslighting minorities. This is not an overreaction. All of our Jewish students saw the Instagram post from one of the seniors who's a yearbook editor, proudly writing, "Love this," over a photo of the yearbook page with the erased Jewish students. This same student had an Instagram tagline that reads, "From the river to the sea," a slogan that is widely recognized as anti-Semitic and calling for the eradication of Israel. This blatant display of anti-Semitism on social media is indicative that this erasure was deliberate and malicious. It is absolutely unacceptable to dismiss the concerns of the Jewish students as overreactions, especially when the evidence is staring us in the face. While we look forward to the outcome of the independent investigation, we reject the outright and absurd and insulting notion that the Jews were erased from the yearbook in error. This is yet another example of the systemic dismissal of anti-Semitism by the school administration. Imagine if it was a trans group or an African-American club that they were erased in the same way. There would be no question about the severity and intent of the act. For any other group, such erasure would undoubtedly and immediately be recognized as an intolerable act of hate. They wouldn't have to plead for acknowledgement of wrongdoing as we're doing now.
15 seconds.
Thank you. The experiences of the Jewish students and their families show that there's no speech freer than the speech against Jews. It's time to call this out for what it is. We're going to hear from a few of our brave Jewish students and what they must endure in school. Thank you.
Tom.
Before the students speak, I just want to tell you, you can state your name. If you want to give your grade, you can, but I would prefer you don't give your addresses, please.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Abigail Ronovich. I'm a junior at the high school. So let me set the scene. The attack on October 7th is fresh. So fresh that Israel hasn't had the chance to retaliate. My family back home is in constant danger not being able to step outside the bomb shelter, let alone go outside. I'm worried sick, consumed by thoughts. I walk through the halls going to homeroom. In a sad attempt to drown my thoughts, I blast music throughout my AirPods, hoping it will infiltrate my brain. Nonetheless, the hall sounds won over my music. What is a typical hallway sound? Kids talking, laughing, shoes screeching on the tile floor, not the words Jew and kike cutting through my music. Kike, kike, kike. I'm a Jewish American teen girl, not a kike. I take my AirPod out in disbelief, doubting that I heard that. Praying was a word in the song. A boy approaches me with an offensive, sadistic tone. Hey Jew, how's your family in Israel? Getting what they deserved? I respond back, flabbergasted, don't call me that. He said, are you not a Jew? What a defining term. Around me comes another boy. Hey kike. Damn, if I thought Jew was a defining term, I don't even know where to start to think about this. Again, similar to his friend, he interrogates me about my family in Israel, looking almost satisfied to hear about the horrors happening to Israeli citizens and my family. I tell him this, hoping that he would understand that there are both sides to the conflict. I met with laughter and mockery. I think this isn't the worst reaction. At least they're not arguing back or trying to defend Hamas. Boy, I couldn't be more wrong. Throughout the day, I try to avoid these boys in the halls, taking longer routes to class, pretending to be on my phone when they're near, and running into classes until they pass. And why? Because I didn't want to be labeled as a Jew, a name that was stripped of its pride and history in this twisted scenario. My needs were simple. I didn't want trouble, but I do demand respect. Whilst at the gym, mid-workout, my machine was abruptly stopped. I was interrupted by a boy from school. This is exactly what I feared, but at least this isn't at school, right? Another thought rushed in. This issue followed me outside of school. Immediately, the conversation of war came up, and I began to think, again, he was willing to listen, but in response, I got, rape is justified when it is resistance. I donate money to Hamas. Killing and burning babies is okay. Were just some of the heinous things he said by him. Shaking and barely able to move, still on top of the Stairmaster, a heat of anger struck. I was frozen with the shock. This was just one of many stories, but we only have 3 minutes. I left the gym in tears, vowing not to come back. Till this day, I still have not.
15 seconds.
Okay, I shared my traumatic experience with my parents and advisors. They all had one thing in common with the advice that they shared: report them. And to that, I always have the same response. It doesn't matter what I say or report, nothing will be done, but the only change that will have an effect is me being called a Zionist cunt. Exactly what my, can I have extra time for just, I'm almost done. Exactly what my friend has been labeled as for months after a failed report. Yeah, exactly after a failed report. But in fact, it wasn't a failed report, but a failure of the school administration to protect their Jewish students. The point of me standing here is not demanding attention or sympathy, but to convey a message that has been blurred, lost, and overlooked. Our school is one of the most diverse institutions I've ever seen, and that's the beauty of it.
Miss, you have to end now. It's been
last sentence.
Last sentence.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone of every color, sexuality, gender, race, background is protected and respected. But from the latest actions, this clearly doesn't apply to the Jewish student body. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. And please, if you could make sure that if it's not reported, that I would like to talk to you myself after this.
My name is Stephanie Gittleman, and I'm a junior here at EBHS. Okay, so I wanted to start off by saying that me and the entire Jewish student body feel very sorry for the Muslim students who have been attacked on social media from random people, and we completely acknowledge what they're going through. But we still feel the need to address the culture of anti-Semitism in East Brunswick because it's very toxic. I remember the first time that I ever experienced anti-Semitism in this town, and I was in the 6th grade. I was only 11 years old. Another child in my English class had found out that I was Jewish, and from then on, he yelled, "Hail Hitler," and did the salute at me in class, in front of teachers, in the hallways, in front of cameras. And I reported him not once, but twice, and each time I was told that they would talk to him. The chat that they had with him clearly did not work because the jokes continued, and I was also now labeled a snitch. This was when I learned not to report anti-Semitism because the school doesn't help, and it leads to repercussions for the Jewish students. The same trope has been repeated for all my Jewish peers who have spoken up. In my experience, anti-Semitism at East Brunswick has always occurred and has never been taken seriously. Especially since the yearbook error, the school has become a safe haven for anti-Semitism. More than ever, kids feel justified being blatantly discriminatory towards me and my Jewish classmates. Everyone at school is entitled to their own political opinions. However, I don't feel that the immense anti-Semitism experienced in school should be just another debate topic. Every time I have tried to bring up to anyone who's not Jewish about anti-Semitism happening at EBHS and across the globe, I'm immediately shut down and looked at as if I'm crazy or stupid. We are constantly being discredited by students. We are seen as sensitive and easily offended, and by administrators, we're not offended enough. When in reality, we have long reached a breaking point. My parents fear that I am experiencing the same anti-Semitism they did in the Soviet Union. Never did they imagine that even after they fled to America, I would experience the same thing that they did. We as modern day students are left with social media posts, assumptions, and broken hearts, and this is our Jewish experience at EBHS. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Hi, my name is Lafadita. Israel's shape, Palestine named. An HIB we filed to make things right. Denied, dismissed. They told me so. Not offended enough. They let me go, left in anguish, a voice unheard. A soul's deep plead, injustice met with apathy.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Matthew Nazaria. In front of me, I have a letter written by Matthew Tell, who is an EBHS graduate of 2022. I myself am an EBHS graduate of 2021, so I will be reading on his behalf.
Can I just have your address, please, since you're not a
I
student?
thought we weren't supposed to.
I'm sorry. Did you graduate? I'm sorry.
I graduated already.
If you graduated, you're not a student. You have to provide, or at least say you're a resident, non-resident, whatever. All right. I get the sensitive
Okay, I live
nature.
89 Senior Street in New Brunswick.
Thank you.
It's been a while since I've been a student at East Brunswick High School, but I've never been so compelled to reach out and express my deepest disappointment with this year's yearbook and the lack of accountability within the walls of EBHS. My sister and parents are longtime supporters of East Brunswick Public Schools for providing my sister and me with the knowledge and skills to succeed academically and professionally. However, we are successful in spite of acts of anti-Semitism that occurred in the district when we were students, which were often ignored. Please do not turn a blind eye. Please do not turn a blind eye this time. We are outraged, upset, and overall just confused, baffled by the blatant act of anti-Semitism on display in the yearbook and the lack of approval and accountability by the yearbook club members and faculty supervisors. Unfortunately, I can't say I'm surprised by this incident. Anti-Semitism has been a problem in East Brunswick School for years, and I'm frustrated with myself for not speaking up about it more during my time there. I remember incidents from Churchill, swastikas on desks, phrases of the Holocaust, denial screamed out by students during passing time, a teacher who put a question by Zyklon B, which is a toxin gas used by the Nazis in concentration camps. In some of my classes, classmates rolled their eyes as I gave opinions, whispering, "Know-it-all Jew," as I spoke. Anti-Semitism came from all types of students, from those on sports teams to AP classes. Finally, there was an incident my senior year that Mr. Yarnazo helped address, in which I was bumped in a gym class and called a stupid Jew. I still regret that I did not do more to raise my voice against such anti-Semitic incidents, as there were many other times that I felt singled out for my Judaism. I've always been taught to be a proud Jew by my parents, family, and leaders in my community. But at EBHS, I can't say I did the best I could, calling out the anti-Semitism that I experienced. Since the horrendous attacks on October 7th, anti-Semitism is now trendy. Emboldened by anti-Semitism and the encampments that spread across the country at colleges and universities, now more than ever, my Jewish peers feel under attack, and the unacceptable actions by the yearbook shows the anti-Semitism that has been allowed to continue at EBHS like a festering sore. Never again should a student feel singled out as the only Jew in a class, in a club, or on a sports or academic team. I feel as proud as ever to be a Jew. I am fortunate to have been educated at an institution as diverse as EBHS, but Jews are still being left behind in these conversations. Over the years, it has become harder and harder to be Jewish at EBHS. An investigation into this latest incident is truly just not enough. What is needed is a reckoning, a thoughtful reconsideration of EBHS's priorities and goals as a diverse
15
institution
seconds.
that educates students of all backgrounds and walks of life. If the last 8 months has taught me anything, it is never too late to speak up against the hatred against Jews anywhere. A failure to protect Jewish students has occurred at all levels, from students to staff. I beg you not to only do better, but to take meaningful action to help your students who, like myself, may not always speak up. Sincerely, Matthew Tell.
Hi, I'm Sydney Weber. I'm a senior here. Okay. A high school girl at East Brunswick High School wrote in her experience, "Do not be mistaken, I excel academically with straight A's and mean no harm to anyone. You might be wondering what I could possibly mean by harm. Let me explain. I'm a Jewish student at East Brunswick High School, and I want to share what a typical day in my life is like. 6:30 a.m. I wake up. Before choosing my outfit, I make sure none of my clothing has Hebrew or anything Jewish affiliated on it, in case it offends someone. 7:23 a.m. I walk onto the bus, carefully tucking in my Star of David under my shirt. I don't want any trouble. 7:55 a.m. I arrive at school and overhear my peers discussing the Israel versus Palestine conflict. Did you see what the Jews did last in Rafah? 8 a.m. It's a B-day, so I brace myself for the anti-Semitism certain students often express or their outfits featuring keffiyehs and free Palestine merchandise. I do not engage, knowing the school will do nothing about it. 9:22 a.m. I finally get a brief respite in homeroom for 10 minutes. However, while walking there, I hear through my AirPods, "That's the Zionist bitch I was telling you about from last year." Tears fill my eyes. But what would that school do anyway? 11:14 a.m. In public speaking class, we are assigned to write a toast. I think about writing my great-grandparents' scars from the Holocaust versus mine. I want to highlight how their painful experiences, including their tattoos, allowed me to have scars from mundane activities, a privilege they never had. However, considering my audience, I changed my speech to a safer topic. Wilderness therapy, 1:23 p.m. English class starts, a breath of fresh air. I love my teachers, but I see a shirt reading, purification, patience, victory, with a fist holding a keffiyeh. 2:45 p.m. The school day ends, but the harassment doesn't. I receive Instagram DMs and countless anti-Semitic messages. For context, not every day is like this. There are better days. However, I live in fear every day as students at EBHS. I've been yelled at with the phrases like, "I love Hamas" in the hallways, "Pick up the penny, Jew," "Hail Hitler," "Free Palestine," and many other messages, too numerous to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney.
Hi, I'm Dana Nazaria. I live on Independence Drive in East Brunswick. I have 3 kids who graduated from the high school and one who's going to be a senior in the fall. These shameful accounts of unchecked harassment, intimidation, and bullying cannot exist without a school culture that allows it. Students, faculty, or staff acting with impunity did not just appear in a vacuum. The flames of anti-Semitism have been fanned by the inaction of East Brunswick Public Schools. Expressions like, "It was an honest mistake, I didn't know that's what that meant, and there's nothing we can do," are the anti-Semitism elixir here, heard repeatedly from faculty, staff, and administrators. Systemic tolerance for anti-Semitism in this district has a rich past. Early 2010s, we had a Kick the Jew Day. Kick a Jew Day. 2013, we had multiple reports of kids throwing pennies at Jewish students in the hallways at Churchill. No action by admin. 2014, a swastika was found carved into the wall of the boys' bathroom at Churchill. It was reported with a picture date stamped October 10th, 2014, with the caption from the parent reading, quote, "A poorly drawn swastika drawn in the junior high boys' bathroom. Administration says nothing they can do about it. Just a thought, but have the educators educate." 2016, more pennies thrown at kids on East Brunswick Public School bus, which leads us to 2017 and the Dressner complaints, when after a number of anti-Semitic incidents were brought to the district's attention by the Dressners, months passed before they saw any action. The Dressners ask that at a minimum, educational content be brought in to combat hate. If it has been, obviously, it has not been effective. 2018, a sophomore in her world history class was startled to see her teacher utilizing a map of the Middle East, and in place of Israel was the name Palestine. When the student addressed it with the teacher, she was told, it was a mistake. No apology, no explanation. The world history teacher. These stories are consistent, ongoing, and exasperating. Is this a district that protects its Jewish kids? I'll end with a quote. I pledge to you that we are fully engaged in reviewing our responses to alleged bias incidents. We have already identified, planned, and in some circumstances initiated purposeful actions, end quote. Goes on to say that there is in development, quote, additional programming for both students and staff to specifically address bias awareness, reporting, and consequences, end quote. These were the statements of our superintendent, Victor Valesky, in 2017, as reported by the New Jersey Jewish News. As they say, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to relive it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aria.
Good evening, Fran Snoweyes, Schindler Court. I'm going to wrap up this small section. As we've heard, our district, unfortunately, historically and consistently struggles with how it addresses complaints of anti-Semitism and bias. We see a clear pattern here. As an educator, educators amongst us, we look for patterns to inform our instruction and our next steps. This is at the core of what we do each day. When concerning patterns arise, our next steps are crucial. We must first identify the root cause, develop strategies to move forward, breaking the cycle of these problematic behaviors. It's clear that our school district has yet to effectively break this anti-Semitic cycle of chaos. Leadership and school administration have demonstrated a clear lack of sophistication and depth in understanding of the severity and nuances of anti-Semitism and the issues of the Middle East. However, this ignorance of our school leaders is not your free pass, but rather your disturbing wake-up call. We must ensure that our staff is well-informed and sensitive to these issues, acknowledging the unique challenges faced by our community. This gap in awareness must propel us towards better education and heightened sensitivity without any more delay. Given that anti-Semitism is clearly deeply embedded and continually overlooked by the EB school system, here are our expectations for a comprehensive action plan to combat anti-Semitism moving forward. I have already provided you with pages and pages of information. First, adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. We need a clear, universally recognized framework for identifying and addressing anti-Semitic behavior, no more ambiguity, and no more excuses. Second, you're taking my time. Second, explicitly define anti-Zionism and slogans like "From the River to the Sea" and Antifada as the hate speech that it is. These are not benign expressions. They are venomous rhetoric that contributes to anti-Semitic environments. We must call them out and address them head on. Third, document and enforce the rules about anti-Semitism consistently and without hesitation. We must ensure that a clear and decisive action is taken in all instances and impactful and meaningful consequences for perpetrators, both faculty and students alike. Thank you for your attention to this critical matter. We demand swift and effective action to ensure our schools are safe and inclusive for all of our students. The time of silence, fear, complacency, and inequity is finished. Let's work together. Ensure that anti-Semitism and hate is not tolerated in any form within any of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snow White. All right, I realize there's a lot of passions here, and we are here to listen to every single one of you, as I said, that wants to speak. The 3-minute rule is something, and you can't kill the messenger here, but we're trying to keep this civil. I'd really appreciate people not screaming nasty things out. As I said, we're up here, volunteers listening, and we'll hear every one of you, but I beg you to please be civil and try and be respectful of the time. So.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Charlotte Friedman. I'm a senior in high school, and I am the president of the East Brunswick High School Jewish Club. Last night, I emailed you, Dr. Valesky, and the Board of Education, as well as my high school principal, Mr. Bazinko, and will reiterate my comments here. I would like to share with you all the shock, dismay, and hurt when I felt when I discovered that the EBHS yearbook's picture of the Jewish Club was replaced with a photo of students from another club. Although you have closed your initial investigation, I would still like to share the negative impact of this incident on me and my classmates. For many club members, it feels as if our identity as Jewish students has been symbolically erased. Over the past 48 hours, I have lost sleep and hours studying for my final exams. Additionally, it is extremely upsetting to witness the club for which I have served 2 years as president to be unseen and unrecognizable. I am worried that there are classmates at EBHS who hate or mock Jewish club members just because we are Jewish. Relatedly, a current high school student posted the incorrect picture on social media yesterday, saying she loved it. Since high school yearbooks are one of the few things that people save over the years and enjoy looking at and sharing with loved ones as we get older, I will always be reminded of this distressing event every time I open my high school yearbook. I appreciate the district trying to fix the situation. Thank you, Mr. Pazinko, for allowing us to take a formal club picture this morning during homeroom. We had 50 members show up, Jewish and non-Jewish students who all enjoyed coming to Jewish Club this year. Regarding the yearbook, I would like to make one additional request, which I had previously made to the yearbook editorial staff earlier in the year, so perhaps this omission was an unfortunate oversight. The one request was to include an updated description of the Jewish Club on page 205, which I had previously submitted to the yearbook. This description accurately reflects the programs the Jewish Club Board ran this year, including Holocaust education and combating anti-Semitism. Given the time and climate, these topics have become particularly important and relevant, and their omission left me concerned that this minimizes their significance. I will also look forward to learning what specific changes to procedures will be made going forward to ensure oversight over the entire yearbook process from beginning to end. Although students are empowered to run clubs at the high school, faculty advisors still play a critical check and balance and quality control in the process. Finally, I respectfully request you to create a working group of students, faculty, administration, members of the Board of Ed to investigate concerns regarding the current climate at the high school and to identify steps that can be taken to create a more positive climate in the future for all students, including Jewish students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. Just the last sentence. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Hi, sorry.
Hi, no problem. Hi, my name is Joelle Yevin. I live at 4 Mount Court in East Brunswick. I don't have a speech. I hadn't planned on speaking, but hearing these brave high school students get up and tell their stories, I'm going to represent my 9-year-old who's in 4th grade at Frost, and I'm going to share his stories. But let me start by saying I feel there is no place for any hate of any group in any city, anywhere. It is our job as parents and with the help of our educators to teach our children to respect one another. And through conversations and dialogue with one another, only through that will we maybe come to respect each other and see other points of view. And I request that we don't come here with hate, but we come here with the hope for dialogue, and that is just something very important to me. My 9-year-old, shortly after October 7th, I picked him up from school, and he said to me, Ima, which is Hebrew for mom, did Israel start the war? So, usually not the question we answer, question we start with, how was your day? So I said, why do you ask? And he said, well, someone today in school said something to me. And I said, what did he say to you? And he said, he asked me why I wear that thing on my head. Now, my son is, I believe, the only identifiably Jewish student at Frost wearing a nice big kippah. He wears the tzitzit, the fringes, hanging out, very proud of himself and his Jewish identity. By the way, over the last month or so, he's asked to start wearing a baseball cap over his kippah. A 9-year-old learning to hide his Jewish identity. And I see your face. That is very sad. Pardon me?
No back and forth dialogue.
I don't know what's, okay. In any case, so the other person, they were working in a small group, said, he wears it for his religion, like, moving on, And the kid said to him, are you Israeli? And my son said, no. He said, are you Jewish? He said, yes. He said, why did Israel start the war? That might seem like a benign statement, but it's not. It's a loaded question. I'm really proud of him. He just went to the teacher and said, there's talking, I can't focus. A few weeks later, the kid, same child, came up to him and said, why don't Jews follow the Muslim God like they were told to? These are not things that a 9-year-old should have to deal with, a 4th grader, and he has already told me he has no desire to go to Hammarskjold next year. And I have to deal with my 9-year-old and what I'm going to do with him in terms of his education. I ask everyone, please,
Ma'am, that's your time.
Peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Jerry Cheslow, 3 Stevens Drive, East Brunswick, and father of 3 girls who went through the EB system, the entire EB system, and a veteran of more than 40 years in journalism and publishing. And I know how yearbooks work. First of all, it's a closed universe. There, at the top, you have a faculty advisor, and then you have a student committee, etc. There is a finite number of people involved in this yearbook. Even when the yearbook is completed and sent to the printer, a proof comes back. And that proof had to come back without the names and with the wrong picture. Now, you say you've launched an investigation. First of all, your faculty advisor screwed up, or not, but your faculty advisor had to be aware of this, had to have seen it or ignored it and been negligent. You had a closed universe of students who should have been chastised by the faculty advisor, who should not have done this in the first place, the students, or whoever did it. And you talk about launching an investigation. This is kicking the can down the road. There are people who are responsible, easily identifiable, maybe not all of them, but some of them at the top. Why have we not heard about any repercussions toward these people who either dropped the ball or purposely committed an anti-Semitic act?
Thank you, Jerry.
Aram Shakir, resident of East Brunswick. Clearly the
community is hurting. We've heard all of our students in pain. It's really heartbreaking that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia is at an all-time high in our town, and my heart literally goes out to all the students that are in pain. But whatever happened with the yearbook has caused havoc and mayhem in the community. Everyone deserves to be represented accurately in the yearbook. I get it. I would want that for my kid too. Investigation is still underway though, and we do not know at this point if A, it was intentional, B, if it was a printing error, C, if the students failed to provide names to the yearbook committee in a timely manner, or D, it was an oversight. All these scenarios are possible. We all know that yearbooks have always had either formatting mistakes, issues with mislabeling pictures, spelling, or grammar mistakes. If you pull up a 10-year log of yearbook mistakes, I'm sure you'll find plenty. Just this year, 2 kids that I know, seniors, had last names missing, and last year the senior quotes were all messed up. Maybe this was a mistake, or maybe it was intentional. The fact is, we simply do not know yet. What we do know is that the Jewish community was outraged, and without proper investigation of what actually happened, it was labeled anti-Semitic. Again, the investigation had not even been completed or even started, and fingers were being pointed at the Muslim community, especially the Muslim students. Regardless of what the case may be, the Jewish community took it upon themselves to play the role of judge, jury, and executioner, labeling it as anti-Semitic and verbally attacking and labeling those Muslim kids in the picture as terrorists. Mind you, those kids just happened to be in that picture. The kids in that picture who went to a Muslim interscholastic competition called MIST are not here today because of fear of being doxxed by adults in our own community. These kids have been cyberbullied by adults online called terrorists and compared to the KKK, accused of wiping out the Jews. Newsflash, they weren't even on the yearbook committee. They also have been bullied in school and have received nasty messages from their peers. Our kids' safety is jeopardized by online harassment and bullying, both of which are criminal offense, by the way. I'd like to also point out that if any adult from my community was bullying the Jewish kids or kids of any background online over an issue that was not fully vetted and investigated, I would have called them out on it and put a stop on it. It's our jobs as adults and parents that our children are respectful and tolerant towards each other. These are our children. This is our community. We can have difference of opinion, but name-calling and terrorizing kids of this community puts us all backwards, literally in stone ages. I was going to read a statement from a student who wasn't allowed to come here because she said, quote, "My parents feel that it's unsafe for me to attend as they're concerned for my safety." So she did not allow me to reveal her name, but she did say that she's the co-president of the Muslim Student Association. Have that sit with you for a second.
15 seconds.
The kid felt unsafe in her own school, in her own hometown, due to the online and in-person verbal attacks. I'm going to have somebody else read it since there's only 15 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
I want to take an opportunity, first of all, to sympathize with all my classmates.
Just your name, please.
Sorry. My name is Hassan, and I'm a senior in the high school. Again, I want to sympathize with my classmates and our community members who have been facing anti-Semitism because of what's going on in the world. I am one of the other co-presidents of the MSA, and I want to bring up 3 issues here. First of all, I want to express that I'm disappointed in my classmate who reported the issue, not because they reported it, but because they did not care for our safety. They could have easily, blurred our faces, hidden our identities, All of the kids, at the time the picture was taken, all the kids in that picture were minors, right? I've grown up 2 months, 5 months later after that. I'm 18 now, right? But still, a majority of the kids in that picture were minors, and nobody, as it was getting spread around on social media to the news, national news, nobody cared for the safety of those minors, right? Second of all, I want to bring up the disappointment felt by the entire Muslim body in the school and the community for the lack of authority by the school and by the Board of Education. I let the school know immediately as there was a post spread on Instagram by an account with over 140,000 followers. I let them know that this happened and that it's not acceptable. Hours later, there's still nothing from the school. and it goes on national news. We're seeing ourselves on NBC, on Channel 7. We're hearing ourselves on the radio, right? The school didn't say anything to say, stop spreading it, right? We don't know what happened. That's your statement. We don't know what happened. You guys don't know if it's intentional, but you guys are not taking steps to protect your students, right? Lastly, I want to talk to the community members who are under the impression that we had anything to do with this. You guys know who you are. To automatically assume that the MSA, the Muslim Student Association, would do this intentionally in an act of anti-Semitism is disgusting. It shows the ill intentions. It shows the ill intentions that are there. Automatically. You guys have no proof of us doing this whatsoever, but you guys are under the impression that we did it. You guys are calling us Hamas sympathizers. You guys are calling, we've been exposed to Islamophobia.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. We've been exposed to Islamophobia and further harassment because of a lack of authority on your end and because of a lack of care by our classmate for our safety and the lack of care by parents who didn't care about these children's safeties. They did not care about their identities being spread around like that. And I want to end off by saying that the Muslim community is completely in support of any kind of condemnation of anti-Semitism, of any kind of hate, of any kind of racism. We do not support any kind of hate, any kind of racism towards any group. But when you act so quickly to label something that is unknown as anti-Semitism, but you take hours to half-heartedly apologize to the Muslim community, not being specific whatsoever, you are separating the unified community of East Brunswick. It's supposed to be one community. But when you defend one side and take your time to defend the other side, you are separating the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan.
Good evening. My name is Haram Irfan Verk, and I'm a Muslim student at East Brunswick High School. Did you see what happened to the yearbook? Bro, what did y'all do? Tuesday, the day when these yearbooks were distributed, before I had even caught a glimpse at them, I was catching word of them. Not only did the yearbook itself, but something we allegedly did. Confusion. Confusion was all I felt in that moment, as these individuals were approaching me, along with my own friends, showing me pictures of the very section of the yearbook that we're here to discuss. It is incredibly unfortunate that this has occurred to the Jewish Student Association, and they deserve their rightful spot in the yearbook, as any other club does, regardless of an error. Not only do we have this section of the have we seen this section of the yearbook, but we have also seen the posts made by individuals, including a well-known rabbi with 11.6 thousand followers on Instagram, along with other influential figures in the Jewish community with thousands of followers, spreading the image of minor Muslim students without consent that had no hand in this unfortunate oversight. All over the internet has proved to be unacceptable. From being called terrorists, to Islamic colonizers, to deport, 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 to bye-bye Northwestern, the Muslim student body felt alone. This unfortunate oversight has rightfully enraged the Jewish community, but the Islamophobia that has come as a result of the accusations, misleading headlines, and the tense school environment has unfortunately polarized students. We can undoubtedly agree that this event has been unacceptable and has facilitated a beyond stressful school environment for the past few days. The lack of addressing this issue adequately and the lack of taking into account all involved has not only made its way beyond East Brunswick, but has led to multiple blatant and microaggressions within our student body that should be addressed when reported. Whether it be religious identity or the instrument an individual may play, every individual in the school has the right to be represented adequately. Let us grow from this and facilitate cohesion and maturity between one another, especially when sensitive matters come to plague our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Shariana.
Hi, I'm Maddie Mooney. I'm a sophomore at the high school, and I am a Jewish student. I'm here like the rest of us to express my concerns about the yearbook and how the school's addressing it, or maybe the lack of them addressing it. Over the past few months, as things have ramped up in the Middle East, the school halls have been flooded with both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. The school has done nothing. This unfortunate yearbook situation has not only added fuel to the fire, but has furthered the hate towards both groups to an extent that is beyond the definition of zero tolerance, which this administration talks a big game of. These past 2 days, the topic has been impossible to avoid. You have the Jewish students rightfully upset because their pictures and names are erased. Then you have the Muslim students who are being tormented and bullied by their peers for something that was not their doing, not to mention the media calling them terrorists. The administration's refusal to address the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia directly to the students is baffling to me. There's no, assembly, no announcement. Sorry. The last thing I'd like to talk about is the leader of the yearbook club. This teacher constantly goes above and beyond to make sure every student feels cared for and included, no matter who they are or where they came from. If I was having a bad day at school, I would go to her. It was almost magical. Anyone could walk into her room sad or upset and 5 minutes later walk out with a smile. I'd also like to preface that I don't have this teacher, and the bond we've built this year alone is one that's strong enough to bring me here tonight to defend her. I urge you to follow through with your investigation and not place blame on the easiest people blame can be placed on, even if that means a few extra days of EBHS being in the news. This teacher deserves justice. The Jewish students erased from the yearbook deserve justice. The Muslim students who are being tormented deserve justice, because hateful acts towards both of these communities are hateful acts committed towards all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie.
My name is Ali Salama. I'm a senior here in EB. I just want to preface this by saying that I am deeply saddened by what happened. If it was us, we would also feel threatened. However, I am here to discuss the safety of our student body. As vice president of our school's MSA, I have heard multiple accounts of students across the student body of EBHS that really left me disturbed. I believe that an effort should be made to protect both our Jewish students and our Muslim students from the hate and racism that they receive. The hate that we received is due to the fact that there is still a speculation going on that MSA was behind this, although the investigation is still going on and there is no proof of anything. And as vice president, I can tell you that we have not done anything to do this. Some other students are also spreading misinformation, claiming that this was an intentional act by MSA when it was not. And I believe this could be solved with some form of message to the public in the school clarifying that the students in the picture should not be blamed, because we are the face of this picture across nationwide news. And moving on back to the Islamophobia that we received. As we had no involvement in this issue, I do find it disturbing that the students in the picture, myself included, shouldn't have to deal with the utter racism and Islamophobia in the media and in the school. Aside from the unsettling comments we received, which they have mentioned before, I'm not going to repeat again, multiple students have actually received personal threats. I want to bring up a case of a student that posted an article on the Bear Hub, and they got comments threatening them that they would lose their scholarship at their college. They are a senior. So why should one that was not even involved in the incident be sent threats to their future solely because of their identity? So that brings me to to a demand I have. I would like to have all those that sent threats to not only our students and the Jewish students and all the students of EBHS to be chased down and handled accordingly, because if we have no way of catching these students and these people that endanger the safety of EBHS, then how can we really call this a safe environment? Thank you.
Thank you, Ali.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Asib Ali, a rising junior at EBHS, and I stand before you to address a deeply concerning issue that has arisen within our school community. Recently, an incident occurred where pictures of students from the Jewish club were removed. This unfortunate event has sparked a wave of accusations, specifically targeting members of the Muslim Student Association who have been unjustly blamed and subjected to online harassment and abuse. First and foremost, let's remind ourselves of the core values that we strive to uphold as a school and as a community: respect, integrity, and unity. These values should guide our actions and responses, especially during conflict and misunderstanding. The unjust harassment of our Muslim students is a stark violation of these principles and cannot be tolerated. It is important to recognize that blaming and persecuting an entire group based on assumptions not only undermines the truth but also shows division and hatred. The students who are being targeted are our classmates, our friends, and our neighbors. They deserve the same respect and protection as every other member of our community. Allowing this harassment to continue unchecked sets a dangerous precedent and contradicts the inclusive environment we aim to create at EBHS. Being one of the people in the picture going around, I have also been deeply hurt by this incident. It is painful to see my peers, my friends, and myself being unfairly targeted and blamed for something we had no part in. The harassment we are facing has not only affected our mental well-being, but also our sense of safety and belonging within the school. It is disheartening to witness the very fabric of our community being torn apart by baseless accusations and prejudice. From Instagram posts to news articles, MSA is being unfairly portrayed as a toxic group that would purposely engage in actions to bring others down. We do not deserve this. We do not deserve to have our name tarnished. We do not deserve this unfair treatment. I want to emphasize that my fellow representatives and I are not here to throw blame around, but to ensure that every single one of us, whether we were in the picture or not, receives proper protection from the low thing being directed at us. Over the past few days, all we have heard about is how hurt the Jewish community is and how everyone is rallying to support them. While we deeply empathize with their pain, it raises a critical question. When will it be our turn? When will people like Mayor Cohen stand up to defend people like us? We need assurance that our voices are heard, our concerns are addressed, and that we too are given the support and protection we so desperately need during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Zain, and I'm a junior right now. I'm a Muslim student who has been horrified by the district's response on the yearbook picture situation. Before I do, I want to offer my condolences to the Jewish community for the pain that they have suffered for the yearbook situation, and I hope that they are able to get their picture back into the yearbook after this is resolved. I was one of the students in the mislabeled yearbook photo, and I want to speak on behalf of myself and the MSA for the abhorrent Islamophobia that we endured during this event. Before I begin, let me make myself clear. The MSA had no part in the yearbook photo. This ordeal has shocked me. It was not the comments made by Rabbi David that affirmed that I was a terrorist that shocked me, nor was it the fact that the East Brunswick Community Facebook page, people from my own community, compared me to a member of the KKK in Klan attire. It wasn't even the Instagram comments calling for my deportation that shocked me. I've sadly grown accustomed to all these comments being a Muslim in America. The thing that truly shocked me was the township's deafening silence in regard to the MSA's lack of involvement in this event. that truly shocked me. The silence from the township on the simple fact that there was no link between the MSA and the yearbook photo led people and the media to believe that there was. Because of this, my photo is now on NBC, the New York Post, and multiple other national news organizations, all without my consent. This is wrong. When Mayor Cohen came to my mosque 2 months ago, talking about how inclusive this community is, I believed him. After seeing how quickly my own community members have turned on me, I realized that in the East Brunswick district, there is an incredible amount of Islamophobia going around. Thank you.
Thank you, Zane.
Hello, my name is Abdul Wahab Yusuf, and I am currently in EBHS as a junior. I am also involved in MSA, which of course stands for Muslim Student Association, and I am here today because of this yearbook situation and how it has negatively impacted me. For starters, I would like to bring up the Instagram post that my fellow friends and my peers have brought up before me, and how our pictures are up there. Our pictures are on social media, our pictures are on the news, and how we are minors. And why is our picture being shown to people in New Jersey, people outside of the United States of America? And I would like to say that on the Instagram posts, we were called suicide bombers. We were called terrorists. We are kids. Why are we being labeled to such things? I would like to add on that in the school, in EBHS, on Thursday, I was called a terrorist. Me, a kid, 17 years old, who just wanted to go, talk to my friends, learn, to get an education, was called a terrorist. I would like to also comment that people in the school on Thursday, even today, were telling me, oh, did you see what happened? Do you know what happened in the yearbook club? And I said, yes, I know, and I'm not a part of it. They're like, oh, the comments were saying that you're a terrorist. Are you a terrorist? Excuse me? Am I a terrorist? I'm a kid. I felt degraded. I felt hurt. I don't know what to do. But as much as I see that the EBHS administration is trying to do something, I don't think they're doing enough. I would like for them to do something more. I would like for you guys to take a stand, to reinforce to me that I am safe in school, that I will not be called a terrorist. I would also like to mention, as my peers have mentioned, that so far the investigation has not come to a conclusion. So why are we, the Muslim Student Association, the Muslims, the people that follow the religion of Islam, why are we being labeled as people who tampered with the yearbook, people who have done something to this yearbook? Lastly, I wanted to say thank you for hearing me out. And I would love to see a change in the way that things are being handled and how they will be handled down the road for any other sort of problem, whether it's for the Islamic people, for the Jewish people, for the African American people. I would like to see a change, and I would like to see what you guys will do to ensure my safety in school. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacob Pender. I'm from Rutgers, New Brunswick. I'm a student. I am not a resident of East Brunswick, but I am Jewish and I am a human rights activist. And when I hear that students who have the human right based on the Open Public Meetings Act don't feel safe to come to their own Board of Education meeting at their district that they go to, your Board of Ed, I knew I had to make the trip, and I know everyone here who came out here tonight knew they had to come out on behalf of these students. Thank you. So the words that I'm reading tonight are not my words, but on behalf of a student, one of your students who did not feel safe enough to come to your Board of Education meeting. As someone who is quite social, I have friends who are Jewish, and though it has only been since Tuesday since the situation began, I've already lost a good Jewish friend of mine. In the beginning, it was only just a mistake in our eyes. Even though the coincidence of the mistake felt too bad to be true, it still didn't feel as if it was intentional. As a person who's part of MSA, I was able to confidently tell that there was no way we had any part in this mistake. We would intentionally replace the Jewish club's picture with us and erase the roster. He believed me at first. However, as soon as a picture of the situation got out to the public, more people got themselves involved, even outside the school. Repost after repost about the situation spread. New theories that it was intentional soon caused the news to get involved. Blatant anti-Semitism, they called it. Even after my words of telling him that MSA had no involvement, it was as if he slowly started sliding with the outsider's point of view. It was as if he slowly started to change as more of his Jewish friends started agreeing that it was an intentional mistake made by the hands of MSA, or rather the Muslim community. At this point, threats and hate speech filled the comments of the posts against our Muslim community, and the next day, it was as if my friend was trying to stay away from me. Slowly, he started creating a distance, and by that point, even death threats against my Muslim brothers and sisters filled their DMs by anonymous users. Looking into the comments on these posts, with even their exposure on Like TV just moments before that, people hated them, calling them neo-Nazis or terrorists. People blamed the Muslim community as a whole instead of the yearbook club, who checked over this exact page on the yearbook and just let it pass. Moreover, a little later that same day, a message from our superintendent apologized to both the Jewish and Muslim communities. Yet even when scrolling through that comment section, I have found more hate towards the Muslim community. Quote, "What pain exactly was caused to the Muslim students?" End quote, from a user, completely ignoring the hate speech towards the same Muslim students who he's saying has no pain from the situation. The same students who were not only exposed on TV, but also spread around the state as anti-Semitic students falsely. This situation gives us many questions, like who really is suffering, the Jewish community from the mistake of the yearbook club, or the Muslim community who are being directly attacked by a mistake they had no part in.
Thank you, JJ.
Hello everyone, my name is Sajadoon. I'm a junior at East Brunswick High School. Today, I express my disappointment in the community leaders who influence the generations of tomorrow. Without an investigation, they have jumped to conclusions that not only has affected the lives of students, but also teachers. I know for a fact that every one of those leaders thought about the type of reaction it would invoke from their audience, which by the way are in the thousands, and let it happen. As a result, our faces have been plastered all over the internet without blur and have been subjugated to hatred like quote-unquote Jewish students erased by Muslims. This incident has been used as a justification to spread Islamophobia, such as the one by Rabbi David Schlusselberg agreeing to a comment saying that all Muslim students in their pictures are terrorists. Just to be clear, it is not a mistake if you purposely click all those buttons to react and comment on a post. It's blatant Islamophobia. What would show leadership in all of this is that they had specifically mentioned that the MSA had not been involved in this given the investigation so far. I thought we all believed in innocent until proven guilty in this country. But unfortunately, the hatred does not end there. Earlier today, Tap Into had to edit out the specific names of the teachers in their article because one of the teachers was receiving hostile communications. It turns out that the teacher was never involved in all of this. If we as students are being called terrorists, I would only imagine what the teacher is being called in those messages. It is completely unacceptable. I understand that this event has shaken the Jewish community in East Brunswick and across the country, but this does not give you the right to then attack Muslim students and faculty members for something they have no part in. It is not only uncivil, but also unprofessional. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Taibo Dasugi, and I'm a sophomore.
Can you just repeat it and speak?
Hold it closer, please.
Sorry. My name is Taiba Dasugi, and I'm a sophomore. Although I understand the discomfort this year's yearbook has caused, it's important to acknowledge the effects this has had on the students pictured. As a member of the Muslim Student Association, I have experienced and seen how my peers have been threatened online and in person. It's important to recognize that this this is in no way the fault of those pictured in the photo, and they do not deserve all the backlash that they have received. We did not choose to replace the Jewish Club's picture with our own, and we have no involvement with the Yearbook Club entirely. Additionally, the MSA has had to make their Instagram profile private to shield students from Islamophobia and hateful comments that have come back from this incident due to the lack of safety measures taken to hide our identities. As the projected MSA secretary for the 2024 to 2025 school year, given the hate, I'm concerned about the future for MSA in my community.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heba Migehed. I am an East Brunswick resident. I have two daughters, one that goes to high school and the other that's moving on to junior high. So I wanted to open up my talk with a fact. The East Brunswick administration needs to acknowledge and accept the fact that the number of Muslim students is growing substantially. They come from well-established families whose voices are and will be heard. I'd like to shift gears a little bit. East Brunswick, your schools pride yourselves on diversity, equity, inclusivity, making sure that all students feel a sense of belonging. While I applaud you for providing your undivided support to the Jewish community, you completely missed the ball on providing your undivided support to the Muslim community. So I say shame on you, East Brunswick administration, for completely excluding one group of people from your support and empathy. And by the way, I'm still waiting for Mayor Cohen's reissue note to acknowledge the pain, suffering that these Muslim students have endured. I also say shame on you, East Brunswick administration, whose obligation is to provide oversight to these young students who are expected to generate the contents of this yearbook and completely failing to do so adequately. Shame on you, East Brunswick administration, for creating a clear divide in a time where there is heightened sensitivity globally. I'm going to make it short and sweet. In conclusion, we need to take action. The action is to ensure that the East Brunswick administration proactively collaborates with all sides of the, the different communities, and to make sure that all opinions are included when it comes to mass distribution of messages and notes. It is important for you to collaborate proactively and to make sure that all parties are heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shanze Baja, and I'm a junior at EBHS. So as a Muslim student at EBHS, the response to this incident has been absolutely abhorrent. It is entirely clear that the Muslim students in this community are a secondary thought to the township leaders, who were quick to address the potential anti-Semitic act, but took their time to acknowledge the hateful comments that Muslim students have been receiving. It is important to investigate any potential anti-Semitic acts that may have occurred, but it is not wise to jump to conclusions, nor is it at all justified to scapegoat others and harass students. Regardless of whether or not this was intentional, it was most definitely not the fault of the Muslim students in the picture. Those people were not the ones creating the yearbook, and they could not possibly have had a role in what happened. Yet many people have chosen to take their anger out on them. Instead of working to generate productive dialogue, people are turning to hate comments and accusation. There have been countless harmful comments against these children. At the end of the day, these students are children, and they are part of our community. It is our responsibility to protect all of the children in our community. Instead, people have made horrible accusations against them. Adults have been calling for the names of these innocent kids to be exposed and have been calling for them to be deported. Again, these students had no hand in creating the yearbook. And yet one comment said, and I'm quoting now, that these kids were erasing Jews and replacing them with terrorists. In fact, the rabbi responsible for sharing the news of the yearbook on Instagram liked this comment and also agreed with it. And later, on his Instagram story, he said that it was an accident and that he didn't read it properly. So apparently, it's a valid accident to call children terrorists, and yet it's not even plausible that what happened in the yearbook may have been an accident. There were very limited numbers of students who were working on the yearbook, which meant they were overworked and under pressure. Pictures of all the religious clubs fall under the same category, so it is entirely plausible that this was an accident. Besides, this was not the only mistake that was made in the yearbook. And I'm not saying that this was not anti-Semitic or that it was. I'm just saying there needs to be more investigations before we can make any judgment calls. And we most definitely should not be placing blame on anybody. And regardless, there's absolutely no justification for all of the hate and harassment that the Muslim Student Association has been experiencing. And as a Muslim student at this school, I feel that my township community has failed me. And one more point. I was not planning to speak about this, and I don't know why people are bringing up Israel when I thought we were here to talk about the yearbook incident. However, it is very important that we stop equating wanting people to stop dying with being anti-Semitic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Rachel Botnick. I live on Bromley Place. I have twin 7th grade girls. I am a lifelong resident of East Brunswick. This is the 3rd time in the past year that I've chosen to speak at a board meeting. I spoke the first time as a parent of 2 children with 504 plans. I came for a specific reason. You did the right thing, and I acknowledge that. Thank you. The second time I came to speak, I came to you as an educator. I felt then and still feel now that the way the budget was handled, the way the funds were allocated, the way you came upon your staff cuts, and who would fall on the sword. All of this morally and ethically lacking, not to mention shady and far from transparent. In addition, truth be told, the delivery of your message and the subsequent messages that have followed leave a lot to be desired, to say the least. The jury's still out on how you'll navigate through that dumpster fire, but make no mistake, we'll be watching. And now I come to you as an alumni, a Jewish alumni of this educational institution. Not just the one we stand in now, East Brunswick High School class of 1990, but every single level of education up to graduation day, from East Brunswick Jewish Center Preschool to McGinnis Kindergarten, Warnsdorfer, Churchill, and then this beloved high school. Each building I mentioned has its own set of memories, challenges, learning experiences, and so much more that helped shape who I am today. My family has been in East Brunswick for 54 years. 54 years of roots in this town. Can you say the same? I don't think so. My roots are so deep that I chose to come back as a single mom by choice to raise my children. I am disappointed. I am heartbroken. I don't even have the words to describe the feeling, the void that I am feeling coming from this district. I think the best way to explain it is in educational terms. You, this board, this central admin, collectively, you receive a Danielson rating of 1, ineffective. For anybody who doesn't know what that is, Danielson is a rating of 1 to 4 that they rate educators, 4 being highly effective, 1 being ineffective. You have failed on so many levels that it's hard to keep track anymore. And instead of taking ownership of those failures, you've decided to lash out. Instead of collectively working to mitigate the situation, you've decided to repeatedly deflect and gaslight by bashing community members for using social media to discuss ongoing issues that they have concerns about. Over recent years, you've created a climate and culture so toxic, it's spilling over into all the students, no matter what category they fall into. Every single student deserves equity. Isn't that what we as educators took an oath to do? Give equity? And you know what? If you guys can't do it, get out of the way and let somebody else do it.
Thank you, Ms. Botnick.
resident of East
Can you just
Brunswick.
repeat that? I'm sorry.
My name is Gada Omar. I'm a resident of East Brunswick. I'm a mother of 3 kids. 1 is still in the school and 2 graduated. I was reside from 2007 and my kids were from 2007 till now in the school. 2 of my kids got discriminated because they were terror. The problem is the divine of the terrors that each community and each tribe or any relation, any nationality have a terror group. But the problem is the minority carry the guilt for these terrors. I'm a Muslim, so I have to carry the guilt of Taliban and Bin Laden or ever killers. There is families have serious killer, but they carry the guilt for that. So we carry the guilt for people that we don't do anything just for their name because we actually have the same belief. This is wrong. For East Brunswick administration and Board of Education, what they did in the past 17 years, escalating the zero tolerance for discrimination and for bullying. For all the community, I'm not talking about the Muslims only. My son in 2012 to 2013 in Hammersholt got beaten up in the hallway in front of the whole entire administration and the teachers. Nobody touched him and stayed at home for severe concussion, and he didn't do anything but being a Muslim. Not even talking religion, because when I reside here, and even when I came to the United States, I knew my path. No politics. Politics, keep it to my mind, not spreading around. My beliefs to my mind, because it's between me and God. Jewish is between them and God. Any kind of religion. So, and I'm sorry, we all here, especially Jewish and Muslim, we are Semites. Both are Semites. We're not anti-Semites. We're not. We are Semites. We are delivered from the father is Abraham, who is the father of Moses and Jesus and Muhammad. So if we have an Islamic phobic now, and we already experienced it with our kids, and you remember, Dr. Vlasky, that we have this 2019 incident in the lunchroom in a high school when this girl got invaded and got grabbed from her veil and been beaten because she just sat in a chair for another girl that been. You remember that? You remember that? And this girl that been victim, she already did get dismissed for doing nothing. My son got dismissed and got actually at detention for doing nothing. My kids and the other kids got beaten in vain. They already been posted on the social media. When they are minor, they are against the law. It's illegal and ethical, like Ms. Rachel spoke, and it's even against the constitutional. I have to finish as everybody finished before, and this is the problem, and this is the problem in the district. That this is actually, I'm so sorry, with all the respect of all the members, that you started the conflict, not the people. Not everybody, with all the sympathy for all the people, because I put myself in the same shoe. I'm a Jewish community, I'm a Jewish club association, and all of a sudden, I put the picture of the Muslims and place them in a yearbook. What am I waiting for? But the conflict that reflected after is that split it. And instead of being united, they got split it. They've been attacking each other like a war. So you brought Middle East here. They have 2 communities and they start fighting. We're not here to fight. We put our kids in this school to be in peace, secured, and friends. My kids have Jewish friends, have Buddhism friends, they have Sikh friends, and they all welcome in my house, and I never met any difference. The difference in my book, in my prayer, in the synagogue, in the church, in the mosque. But in the school, supposed to be no politics, no religion. I am so sorry. It went out of ranges because you have to take a serious action. I'm a lawyer back home. If I am already practicing here, I'm so sorry. I'm going to sue the whole of you because you didn't take an action for all the kids. I believe, and this is what I know, our kids are your responsibility and under your insurance from the curb of the school until they get delivered to our house. But what happened now, it happened in this institution, in this school, that all the kids, Jewish and Muslim, got abused emotionally. They are in a we are in a crucial time.
Ma'am, you're going to have to wrap up now.
I'm sorry, I know, but this is crucial time. What happened in the Middle East, we bring it here, and you don't take anything. Your email yesterday, I didn't like it. I want to respond, but I don't want to do it. You know why? Because if I respond to you, I will disrespect you, and I don't want to do that. I am so sorry. I know you carry the responsibility. I know they carry responsibility. You have a heavy responsibility, and you may be under a lot of pressure, and I understand that. And I respect how you cannot speak because you have lines that you cannot pass. I know. Sorry. Thank you. You can't.
Ma'am, your time has been way over.
Thank you. You already gave a
No, you've been.
Every one of us will give her our time.
That's not how it works.
To give her their time.
Grow a heart, man. I am not talking. I am
No,
not talking.
excuse me.
Sorry.
You're done.
Excuse me. If you don't call out from the audience again, ma'am, you have to wrap up.
This is it. What I'm saying is, yearbooks has to solve. It's not an investigation. They have to be raised that given every community it's right. And just erase it. Just take off this page and put it back. And please, the Board of Education has to put apology, post it on the Facebook, on Instagram, on any related social media to the Board of Education for all the community and clubs. Not Muslim only, for all the communities. Please. Thank you. And please also respect our kids' rights as they are minors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tasneem, and I'm a junior at East Brunswick High School. I had no intention of speaking tonight, but I struggle to stay quiet when I see there's something wrong. However, today I'm going to highlight 2 instances where I was too stunned to speak. I have worn the hijab or headscarf for 10 years, and I've always been proud of it. Until one day, I was in 7th grade and I was walking to my bus, and I hear someone call, "Terrorist." I was 12 years old. Then again, I was in 9th grade. I was walking in the halls of Churchill Junior High School with my friends, and from behind me, I hear someone say, "Is there a bomb in your bag?" I was 14 years old. I only regret not reporting it back then and making it more of an issue, so my younger sister now, who is 10 years old and in 5th grade and in Hammersholt, should not have to deal with what I dealt with because I wear the headscarf. Islamophobia is not a new problem in this district, and we are finally speaking up about it and demanding that it be treated with the same urgency as any other issue brought to this board. And I'm going to keep this short, but the way our community leaders handled this issue, the issue of the yearbook, the way they made statements based on assumptions was not just distasteful, it was dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, salam, shalom, everyone. My name is Dr. Wahid Bajwa. I am a resident of 47 Eagle Street, East Brunswick. I am a proud parent of 3 daughters. 2 of them are sitting there. You heard from one of them earlier. One of them have already graduated. And one of our Jewish friends earlier talked about dialogue. So this, yes, I am. I'm just looking, I'm addressing you. So I want this to have a dialogue between adults. You have already heard from the children. I'm going to focus only on adults. So this has truly been a tragic week for the East Brunswick Township. And the incident in the yearbook involving the Jewish club and Jewish students is deeply regrettable. If the investigation reveals this to be a malicious act, my Jewish neighbors will find me standing with them in denouncing that as strongly as possible. Okay? However, the tragedy extends beyond that. Our town, once proud of its diversity, inclusion, and cultural traditions, now faces a situation that appears to put the Jewish and Muslim communities against each other. And who is responsible for this division? Yes, we can say outsiders with vested interests who are playing a role in this, but most importantly, it is the leadership of our township that has failed our children. Our township mayor released a statement that prematurely characterized this as a malicious act, which it might well be. However, the tone of the statement acted as a dog whistle for Islamophobes nationwide. This began with the post itself. The mayor's post itself quickly spread to other social media posts, and you have already received copies of some of those hateful posts. I'm going to quote a few of them. Islam is a plague, a blight upon humanity, erasing Jews and replacing them with terrorists. Isn't this their cultural norm? Erasure and reality inversion in the most petty and deplorable manner? I can continue with these comments, but you have the copies. And these don't include the ones that the students have received on their private social media accounts. So why I am sharing this with the Board of Education and the audience here today? Because we, as adults, have failed our children also. We failed them as role models when we began distrusting our neighbors to the point that we let this bigotry slide by. Many of these bigoted remarks, many of these comments remain visible on the mayor's post. How many people in this room have read those posts and have called out these bigoted remarks and said, they are not acceptable in our town? How many of the people in this room have called out the mayor, telling him that his actions have endangered our children? That his actions have created divisions in our community and opened a wound that will take real effort to heal. Is this the world we want to raise our children? Where we teach them that it is us versus them? Is this the world we want? That every mistake has an underlying racism attached to it? Or do we want to stop this hatred? To say to those who seek to divide us that this will not work in this town. We are better than this. We might have our differences, but we are gracious in assuming good in others. We are gracious in assuming good in others. Even when we find that an act was anti-Semitic or Islamophobic, we should focus on the individual committing that act and not generalize to others. As you go home tonight, and every one of you, I urge you to ponder these questions. Thank you, and may we return to a town where every child, regardless of their background, regardless of their religion, is beloved by all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody, we're trying to be a little bit loose with the giving you a few extra minutes, or a few extra seconds, excuse me, to finish a thought. But if you could try not to go so much over, it's unfair to the other people waiting online to speak. And the other thing to remember is you're facing the board and you're speaking to the board. I understand you want to speak to the people as well there. They can hear everything you say, I promise you. But remember, the remarks are supposed to be towards the board. So.
I didn't do anything wrong.
You didn't, and I'm so sorry that you're the one that's staying there as I
Thank
say
you.
it, but I just want to...
Craig Arano, 1 Saratoga Court. I have 2 kids in the school system. Jewish kids feeling valueless and unsafe coming to school, Muslim kids being called terrorists. Get every one of the yearbooks back. It is unacceptable for a single yearbook to be left in circulation. You guys created this situation. Don't be lazy. Do the work. Get them all back. I don't care how many photos are out there. I don't care how many videos are out there. You owe it to every single kid in this school system to get every yearbook back. If a kid doesn't turn it in, there's consequences, accountability. I should be at home having dinner the one night of the week I'm not out working with my wife and my kids. Instead, I'm here. I'm here. And I'm here because it is so hurtful what's occurred, and it is because a failure of leadership. Some of these kids have done an amazing job articulating what happened. I am not going to rehash it. When that email came out and the message came out that this was a mistake, before you had done an investigation, you created the circumstances that we are now dealing with, that our kids are dealing with. I have run organizations. It is crisis management 101. You've got a smart lawyer on at your disposal. Why would you not wait until you've done an investigation to say what happened? My kid texts me at 8 in the morning on Wednesday, whatever time. They just announce it's a mistake. Dad, how's it a mistake? They haven't even had time to do an investigation. My 10th grader knows that you're not being truthful. So what you've done is you've tainted whatever investigation you do. I don't care who you hire. I don't care what you find. And by the way, your statement, just 2 or 3 paragraphs, there were at least 3 or 4 inconsistencies about what you did already at this point, right? So whatever you guys do, and you try and tell us, you got a big credibility problem. Dr. Valesky, I pay a lot in property taxes. We pay you, everyone be respectful, we pay you a lot of money, so I don't have to come here on a Thursday night to deal with a massive mismanagement failure. It is not fair to everyone in this room. My kids who are half Jewish and Catholic, the kids that are Muslim, the parents who are here that are upset and irate, neighbors fighting with each other. When you heard about the yearbook, you should have said immediately, we know there's a problem, we're going to do an investigation. We are not pointing fingers at anyone or drawing any conclusions until we've done it. This is not the first time this has happened. Not the first time it's happened. With the change of the homeroom and the school lunch period, and not talking about the fighting, that was another time. So listen, failure of leadership to this point. These folks are not going to forget. I'm wrapping it up. These folks are not going to forget, right? They remember you work for us. We elected the folks on the board. So when it comes election time and it comes contract time, nobody's going to go away. Fix it the right way, justice for all the kids in this room, do what's right, and at the end of the day, get the yearbooks back, say you're sorry, and have some education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron.
Hello, my name is Justin Oken. I am an East Brunswick resident, a recent EBHS graduate from the class of 2023, and currently a rising sophomore at Washington University in St. Louis. I did not come here with any intention of speaking, but I now feel compelled to share some thoughts based on the stories that we've heard today, so I wrote out something brief. Yesterday, I was in Princeton at a party for a political campaign to celebrate all the hard work myself and others had done in recent weeks. Now, everyone there knew that I was from East Brunswick, so, of course, everybody was asking me on the scoop of this yearbook fiasco. Word of the situation, as we know, has spread far beyond the borders of East Brunswick. I had to explain the details to everyone, and frankly, what an embarrassing thing to have to do. On behalf of my own town, at this moment in time, I feel ashamed to call myself an alum, a very recent one at that. In fact, one person at that party, whose son is in the Princeton School District, asked me to speak at an upcoming Princeton Board of Education meeting about my experience as a Jewish college student who has also kept their finger on the pulse of their local public schools. They asked me in particular, because of how poorly they felt, as an outside observer, that East Brunswick Public Schools has handled this act of anti-Semitism. Now, as we've heard today, while all evidence, logic, and reason point toward this yearbook incident being an intentional act of hatred against the Jewish community, we are not the only group hurting right now. And with that being said, how is it possible that the response to this incident has been botched so badly that every single member of the community, regardless of what groups they may align with, feels completely alienated and disillusioned? Now, this yearbook represented one of two things, neither of which are good. One, an unconscionable level of incompetence on the part of those who worked on the yearbook, leading to a seemingly implausible comedy of errors. Or two, a brazen act of hatred of sorts that unfortunately has, and let me be very clear here, become completely normalized in my generation. Regardless, something's got to give here. We cannot allow the proliferation of this anti-Semitic bile. We simply cannot afford to let it fester. To the Board of Education, this is your time to take a stand. This is your time to draw a line in the sand. Take a clear and forceful stand against hatred and bigotry of all kinds, because I've yet to see it done at this point. Why does every single public statement lack any sort of conviction whatsoever? Furthermore, the fact that the proper safeguards were not in place to prevent this abhorrent inclusion, or should I say exclusion, in the yearbook from occurring is shameful, and from my point of view, indicative of a failure in leadership at multiple levels. We as a community have been devastated by this incident, yet no one in the district has stepped up to the plate and unified us. The appalling stories of discrimination we've heard today need to be denounced in no uncertain terms by this administration. I sincerely hope we see such sentiments expressed in the near future. The community is watching, and as I alluded to when I first began speaking, others far beyond our own town are as well. Please, for once, let's show them what true leadership looks like.
Thank you, Justin.
Adam Altman, East Brunswick, 3 Burlington Lane. I actually wasn't going to speak. I was waiting for a response. I was waiting for a phone call to potentially help you guys, which is crazy enough. I was also giving the benefit of the doubt. I wasn't going to talk tonight. I'm not even using a script, which is probably worse for me, maybe even worse for you. The transparency that has happened is not there. The word I want to use is empathy. It is a word we try to teach our kids, empathy. None of those messages had empathy, right? We all sit up there. I know you're not allowed to comment. I know you're supposed to be solace. Stop listening to the attorney. He's not giving you good advice, right? Use the public. The public wants to like you. The public wants to understand you, but you're not giving them an opportunity. So it's ironic that today is the 80th anniversary of D-Day, where we chose to fight against hate. And I am disturbed as much as I am disturbed about all the anti-Semitism that I know and it's there that I'm going to bring up. I'm even more disturbed to hear about the Islamophobia that's going on. This starts at the top. Where is the culture? Where are you addressing the fact that people don't know? I have reached out to the curriculum department to ask, what are we teaching? And the comment is, we are just going to go by what the New Jersey state law says. Well, guess what? That failed. The New Jersey state law is teaching you hate, and you guys don't want to see it. So let's remember what our fathers fought for. Let's remember what our brothers fought for. Let's remember what our sisters fought for, which is freedom in this country. In April of this year, I brought an anti-Semitism thing and the generic email that once went out. Do you not see the problem? It's these generic emails that you guys are sending out because you're listening to your attorney. Your attorney is trying to protect himself, not be a part of the community. And I know I'm not supposed to address the attorney, but it's the truth. Listen to your community. Show empathy, right? Help each other. We all have brothers and sisters that we all love and want to be with, that we've coached, that we've played sports with. This divide was not here before here. Yes, maybe there was an undertone, but we all walked together. We all stood together. And now you have created a divide. Look at the room. It literally is divided. Again, I wasn't going to speak, and everyone, you can look at me as I'm doing this. Luckily, my friend is not here who doesn't look at a single person, because I would be calling him out on it, and we all knew who that is. I am more passionate than I've ever been. And again, I apologize to those who I spoke to and I told that I wasn't going to speak. I gave you guys the benefit of the doubt. And some of you, I know, care. I know every one of the board members care. And I know this is hard for you. But you guys, you got to step up, go outside the boundaries. Forget the fact that you don't like social media. Make a statement. Make a page. Is there even a East Brunswick page on Facebook or Instagram that you can put messages out there? If you want the attorney to write it, then let him write it. But put your face out there. Bring the community together. That is the job of sports. That is the job of music. That is the job of the high school. You are the community. You are the core of the community. Be that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Altman.
My name is Ryan Shocker. I'm a junior in the high school. What has happened the past few recent days is truly disgusting, and as part of the Muslim community, we condemn what has happened on the yearbook. The MSA was made back in 9/11, where Islamophobia was at its all-time high. It was created by the Muslim community to support others in the Muslim community. Today, we face similar racism since 9/11, which is Islamophobia, comments such as death threats, calling us terrorists for even being in a photo. That was not published by us. I have gotten multiple points of views on the rapid spread of Islamophobia. And for example, the wearing of the kafaya is an immediate assumption of being called a terrorist. Today, we follow one fellow student was wearing the scarf and got called a terrorist across the hallways at this school. I have also dealt with the event where I was told that funding the Palestinian Child Relief Fund was also funding a terrorized organization, Hamas. Which these are cruel statements that do not wish any peace and are verbally terrorizing the kids at the school. You are not only violating their right to speak freely, but you are also encouraging the behavior to hate. I have been getting much more complaints, and here is one I should address to the board. And this is coming from a Christian girl. I was standing up from a woman who called EB students terrorists, and as a response, I was called a terrorist and accused as a spy from Hamas. Then it was also wished upon that a bomb would land on my family and I for saying that calling students terrorists is wrong. The hates between towards Muslims and others, those who call this an act from the MSA spreading anti-Semitism are ill in the head. With these evidence being shared, I am suggesting a full harassment case being dealt with every single one getting these type of threats across, in a manner that should not have been extended across social media, being named as anti-Semites. We might have different views or opinions, but hate should not be tolerated in either sides, instead encouraging peaceful conversations.
Too bad you're getting rid of the guy who deals with harassment.
Ma'am,
Excuse
ma'am,
me,
you can't.
you can't talk.
You can't.
Excuse me, you
ma'am,
can't. Your
no,
time
no,
is
no.
up. No,
Your time
it's-
is, ma'am. This is, you're disrupting the meeting. Stop. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Glick. I live at 7 White Oak Road. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. Like many of those who went before me, I had no intention of speaking tonight. But my father, who passed away 4 years ago, kind of has compelled me that I need to. My father fought 80 years ago in a war. My uncle helped free the concentration camps and tells us the stories of the victims that he saw. I want to thank those who fought 80 years ago today at the beaches in Normandy, so that every one of us in this room could be here. Well, for me as a Jew, seeing these young people wearing keffiyehs is hard for me, but I praise you, and I thank you. Because while you and I might not see eye to eye on the Palestinian war, what we do see is you have the right and I have the right. We are each human beings. We are Americans, and that's the beauty in being American. We have that right, and we come together as that. I'm a teacher. Some of my students are here tonight. And some of them have the same religion as me, some don't. Some come from the same background as me, some don't. But one of the things my students and I always enjoy doing is sitting and talking about our different backgrounds, talking about our religions, learning about one another. And it brings us together. And it makes some of the differences come down. And we see each other as what we are, human beings. When we grew up, there was education. And we made Christmas trees at Christmas. We made menorahs at Hanukkah. We made, at Kwanzaa, we made the Kenora, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. And the students were taught why. Why were we doing this? Not about the religious aspect, but they learned, and they learned about each other, and it built a respect. Instead, East Brunswick is deemed, let's not teach anything. So what we're doing is we're teaching everything, and that everything is a four-letter, most disgusting word that most parents don't let their little 3-year-olds use, hate. You've permitted these children to learn hate. You should be mortified of yourselves. What most importantly needs to be understood about this is we have no idea at this moment who did this to the picture in the yearbook. We don't know who removed that picture and replaced it with the Muslim Student Association picture. I apologize if I'm misnaming the group. I'm doing the best I can. It may have been one of their members. It may not have been. It may have been a student. It may have been a teacher. Whomever it was, we need to know. We don't need to point fingers, but we need to know who did it, and those people must be held accountable for what they did. As far as I'm concerned, you all need to do a very, very deep investigation of what occurred.
Ma'am, your time is up. You wrap
Find
up.
out who is guilty, punish every guilty member as they should be. This administration, this board, is so well known for sweeping every issue under the rug. My son almost took his life because of you, because you let my son be bullied. And until my son came home because he was planning on killing himself, I had no idea. And it was only then that my husband and I went back to the school and used the word attorney that we got what we needed. That shouldn't be.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay.
Just wrap it up.
You have written off your responsibility to the members of this town, not to the students, not to the parents, to every single member of this town, every taxpayer in this town. Do you know what I hear when I go around town? I don't hear, ugh, those disgusting Muslim kids. Ugh, those disgusting Jews. Ugh, those disgusting atheists. What I hear is mortification of what's going on and how they wouldn't tell their best friends to buy a house in this town. Thank you so much for reducing our home values. Thank you so much for making us the headline on news,
Ma'am,
national news.
your time is up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, I'll tell you what I'm waiting for.
Ma'am,
Your time to be up. That's what I'm waiting for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glick.
This is what you folks need to see.
The security should be
A Jew and a Muslim arm in arm.
Grow a heart, man. Grow a heart.
That's right. Sit there.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, Lori. So, I had a lot to say, but I'm going to wrap it up because it's 10:30.
Name and address,
My name is
please.
Noreen Iqbal, and I live at 118 Connolly Drive. I have 3 children, all who went through the East Brunswick schools. 2 are in college, and 1 is now a sophomore. So I think that there is an incident that happened yesterday during my work day that I wanted to bring to the attention of the board. So I'm as you can see, a Muslim mother, and there's many of us in this town. And we're all a part of a group. It's called the East Brunswick Muslim Sisterhood. And yesterday, when this all was happening, you know, my phone was just going insane. I'm like, okay, what's happening? What's happening? I'm trying to catch up. And Dr. Valesky emailed. And there wasn't even a half a line about our children. So then I'm getting emails like, hey, listen, everybody call his office. We're all at work. We're doctors, therapists, psychiatrists, dentists are leaving their, you know, and they're like, listen, call Valesky's office, call Valesky's office. And I'm like, okay, let me call him, whatever. So now we're calling during our workday to demand that we get a line so that our children are thought about. Why? Why were our children not mentioned in the original email? We feel betrayed by you. And then quickly, of course, you know, you try to, you know, fix it. And then it was just like, oh, yeah, by the way, I care about the Muslim kids too. Is that what we deserve? You know, we're an afterthought. I don't even understand why. You know, and the investigation could come back and say, we weren't even at fault, and now what? Our kids' pictures are, you didn't even stop the picture. You didn't even put out anything saying, listen, hold it, right? So you allowed our children to just be run over. A, you didn't think about them. B, they're spread nationally. Like, so many of my family and friends, I was born and raised in New Jersey, they know I live in East Brunswick. Many of these people live in East Brunswick because my husband went to this high school and we all moved here because we loved this town, right? And they were like, listen, Nora, what the hell's happening? What's happening in East Brunswick? Like, what am I even gonna say? I don't wanna say, I don't wanna defend it anymore because you didn't even mention us, right? You didn't mention us until we left our work midday and we're like scrambling to call you. And honestly, we don't deserve that. We just don't. So that's all I wanted to say because I feel like not everybody knows about that incident. Our children were mentioned because us Muslim moms got on the phone and called your office and said, hey, by the way, you might have forgotten to write even a line. Mayor Cohen, who we, by the way, put into office, he also forgot about us. So, I mean, that's all I really have to say, right? And that's it.
Thanks, Noreen.
My name is Hamza Shahid, and I'm a junior in East Brunswick High School. Unfortunately, there were many racial comments that were made recently online targeted towards the Muslim community for something that we were immediately blamed for without any investigation. But there is one thing specific that I would like to mention that I saw because of how much it affected me, and I'm sure affected others as well. And I quote, sickening but not surprising considering who are buying the houses in the area. When I saw this comment, I was in shock. My parents did not work so hard their whole life to get me here where I am today for me to hear all this and have to face this. Living in this community where I thought I wouldn't have to worry about being Muslim and people looking at me differently because of this. Never have I felt more unwanted and hurt in my entire life. East Brunswick is a diverse community and should not be limited to anyone. Everyone should feel welcome and at home living in this community. We should be grateful that we are all living in such a peaceful and diverse community. But is it so peaceful now? I've heard and seen so many words that were said by countless people, especially recently during this yearbook issue, that have been straight attacks to the Muslim community. The truth is, I can stand up here and blame others for all this, but honestly, I'm not surprised on everything that has been happening. Us Muslims have been targeted for years, and it was only a matter of time until we were immediately blamed for something else. There should be no hate for Muslims or Jews or anyone in this community. The fact that it was never taken into account that we are just kids living our daily lives and now we have to hear and fight these terrorist allegations. It pains me that no one took into account what us Muslims went through due to all this and what we had to hear when we had no part in it. I stand here today in hope that what I am saying and what my fellow Muslims have said will be heard and such attacks and racist comments do not happen again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mark Sismar, 100 Fresh Ponds Road. I usually have something written down. I did have something written down tonight about the disrespectful speech that the superintendent has said to the residents over the past couple meetings. And yes, I have specific examples, but I put that on the side tonight because the students, the residents are feeling pain tonight. And I'm speaking to the board. Are you listening to them now? When you removed Dr. Figueroa, hundreds of people got up here and said how it affected their children. I'm rarely at a loss for words, but people came up here and spoke about how their children would have committed suicide if it wasn't for Dr. Figueroa. You didn't listen. Move along, Lou. Get out of here. $594,000 and change came back to the district. Did they bring back Lou after the resident said that? No. An incident like this, Lou is the kind of guy that would have been in charge of handling all of this. And that's the truth. And he would have did it the right way. And I don't want to sit there and bash Dr. Valesky because it's a volatile room. But hear me on this. Several times we've had incidents. Dr. Valesky's always said, it's on me, it's on me, it's on me. Well, sir, this is on you. Okay? I know how investigations are done. And you can correct me if I'm wrong because the president is allowed to speak after I am. You said you have your findings. And then you said, I am bringing in independent counsel to review those findings. I believe that's what I heard. So when somebody has findings in an investigation, which I've done hundreds and done forensic examinations of computers, there is an answer. This chaos is created by improper leadership. When you have the truth, first of all, maybe you can't, maybe it's narrowed down to one person, you can't say their name, but you can eliminate people that are suspects. There was groups of kids. You could have came out the next day and said, those students in the picture are not on my list. You know, like I said, maybe you can't say the name of the person even when you find it out because there is confidentiality, but you can eliminate. And true leadership creates calm, not chaos. This is improper leadership from the superintendent's office, and I'm sorry, from my fellow board members who I used to serve with on the board. And I know you're volunteers, so I'm not yelling at you, I'm not bashing at you. But I'm sorry, this superintendent is not getting the job done. And that's the truth. So this chaos falls on the superintendent of East Brunswick Public Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Sismar.
My name is Jabral Malik, and I'm a rising junior at the East Brunswick High School. So this is our speech from one of our co-presidents at the Muslim Student Association. She felt unsafe and in danger being here, and her parents did not want her in this situation. This is her speech. I've always represented East Brunswick from engaging in school clubs, volunteering at the local library, involved in leadership and being a part of the East Brunswick community. However, at this time, I feel that I'm not being represented. Being part of MSA, a club that has been a welcoming and peaceful, is now facing more hate than ever before. The Muslim community and the students within that photo, including myself, are afraid of our faces being spread across the internet or the death threats we receive. The East Brunswick High School, along with the town council, is supposed to stand for peace, but the mayor is adding more flame to the fire by calling the yearbook error blatant anti-Semitism, causing more threats and hate to be spread to my community. The East Brunswick Board of Education must do something about this error because all religions should be represented, especially at this time, without pointing to Muslims and saying they were responsible for this. That's her speech, and personally myself, I want to close everything out by repeating everything that was said tonight, by explaining the failure the Board of Education holds for the incident that was held. The danger that is presented amongst both religions from this have to be highlighted and needs to be fixed and prevented. We need to stop this hatred that is held with comments made about either religions to prevent acts of Islamophobia or anti-Semitism, which starts by fixing our own community in East Brunswick. Every single student in East Brunswick should feel safe going to school, feeling safe in their own home, and hanging outside of school. We are all humans, and even if we are from different parts of the world, different religions, and have different opinions on some topics, we have to know that we are still all humans and we should be unified in a community that should keep everyone safe. Now, the board is held responsible for the start of these horrific comments made to everyone, and it is their job to fix it in the most effective and efficient way possible.
Thank you.
My name is Irina Ranovich, and I live. My daughter, she is a junior in high school, and she spoke today about her experiences in high school. I was not planning to talk, but the events that happened since since October 7th, they kind of shaken my whole world in the United States, and especially in East Brunswick, because Brunswick used to be such a safe place for all of us. We really, when I came to the United States, I saw how everybody, everything working together. This is a land of opportunities. We came from overseas. The life over there was not easy. We came here. In East Brunswick provided a safe environment. A lot of children, that high schooler that's sitting here, used to be friends of my daughter. And I used to take them to all different places. We went together to figure skating. We did different activities. My kids went to visit them. They came also from Middle East, from Egypt, from Lebanon, from other countries. We had that. I was so amazed that we eating the same food. We are coming from the same culture. And after October 7th, it's all changed. Suddenly, my daughter, she became Jew. Suddenly, everybody is so divided, and we hurt. I think that people from Middle East, we are hurt, and it's very difficult. Everything that's happening, it's shaking it's like fear paralyzes everybody. And understand every little statement, every Instagram, everything is so instant. And it's causing so much trouble and old pain that people have. So I feel like we really need to work toward united our community, because these children, they will go tomorrow to college. And colleges are not very safe right now. It's a lot of turmoil, and as you can see, as we know. So if you unite community, we will provide safe environment. After October 7th, it was a fear, like my friends' children, they were very, like, it was difficult. In synagogue, we were putting alarms. We tried really to secure our environment. It's not normal to live life like in fear. So this picture, the yearbook, it was kind of, we already experienced so much in the community, in our children. When my daughter, she had Muslim and Christian friends, and they were approached and said, you are friend with the Jew. One day she was sick, and there's like, where is your Jew? So this is why the picture in the yearbook was an end of something that we already experienced so much fear. So I would like to ask everybody to work together, because back in the Middle East is very bad. And if we work together, at least here, we didn't cause the problem, we cannot resolve the problem, but if we work together with school, with the community, with everybody, to be patient to everybody's hurt and fears, we can help and kind of like to live in a safe environment for everybody. And you guys will go to school, to colleges, you will grow up to be better human beings. Maybe the world is going to be different. We're not going to have wars, because wars are so easy to create. So hopefully if we work here and with the help with board and help with Jewish community, Muslim community, Christian community, all the communities, to create some type of environment that we can grow, and our children would not afraid to go to colleges. They would not afraid to go outside of their houses. We need to protect, like we are living in like somewhere in dangerous place. Opposite, we need to try to get to bridge between ourselves, and please school help us, and communities, we need to work together, but with the plan how to work together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zori Scher. I'm an 8th grade student at Churchill Junior High School. It's 10:43, and I could be home studying for finals, and so could everybody else here. But I'm here because I wanted to listen, and I wanted to listen to what people had to say, because it's an issue. We learn in school about leadership. We learn that leadership shapes our future. And we learn how to be a leader, and we learn what good qualities of a leader. And in East Brunswick right now, we're supposed to be looking up to our leaders because our leaders build our future. But it's hard to look up to our leaders when our leaders aren't doing much to build our future. By choosing the budget without Dr. Figueroa really does show how you guys aren't putting our needs first. You heard so many people come up here and talk about how Dr. Figueroa is so important to our community and has done so much to help our community, and yet you sat there and you all voted for the budget that he was not in, which is sad. And it shows that you guys aren't really people that, respectfully, I can't look up to, because I don't want to look up to people that choose not to help the community and don't listen to us.
All right, you're out of order, please. Stop, sit down, sit down. You're out of order. Sit down.
Sir. Have him, excuse me.
You're going to be removed.
Remove this man from the audience right now. He's out of order.
Stop.
Listen, stop, sit down.
You're going to be removed too.
Remove him.
I'm just saying, when I go out into public and I wear an East Brunswick t-shirt, or a t-shirt that has an elementary school name, like, I think the shirt, yeah. This is my Memorial Elementary School t-shirt. I graduated in 2021 from 5th grade. And now I like to wear a sweatshirt over my East Brunswick t-shirts because sometimes it's hard to go out into public knowing that our names and our town is on the news. And we're headlines on the news, and that's kind of embarrassing sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Farhana Javid, 7 Jason Drive. I like a lot of...
One second.
Okay.
I'm sorry. All right. Can you just repeat, and I'll start your clock after.
My name is Farhana Javid, 7 Jason Drive. Like a lot of people, I was not planning on talking today, but there's just so many things I want to say, but I'll keep it very concise. I found out I'm a mom of an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old. I was born and raised in East Brunswick alum. My family has lived here for over 40 years. We love East Brunswick. You know, that's why I chose to have my family here. But as one of my neighbors mentioned, I found out about what happened on East Brunswick helping each other. And I'm like, why are these parents calling these children terrorists? Like deported to where? Most of our kids, like mine, are second-generation American. Where are you deporting our kids to? Like, it's appalling that living in a diverse place like East Brunswick, you are having on social media, and I know you don't control that, but the rhetoric that deporting our kids for something they said they didn't do, there's no investigation showing they did anything, it's extremely disturbing. Then you have additional parents talking about terrorists, like, how is this even possible? This is 2024. I grew up in East Brunswick, and I don't remember having any of this, and my children are gonna have to face this. It's really despicable. And then you get some secondhand apology, Dr. Valesky, thank you, after, like Noreen mentioned, numerous moms had to call, text, email, leave messages to be like, hey, what about our kids? What about our Muslim kids? It's just, I don't even have the words for it, because these are children, and to be on the New York Post, to be on ABC, NBC, their pictures plastered. This is the internet. Their pictures aren't going anywhere. Like, did we think about that? Have you guys thought about the repercussions these poor kids are gonna have? Like, probably for the rest of their life, it's gonna be out there somewhere on the internet. And did we hear anything from the mayor? Who he'll come to our Ramadan lighting, thank you very much, Dr. Mayor Brad Cohen, but like, where's your apology? Where's your stance with the Muslim community? Because you had a stance for the other kids. Our kids don't matter, they're not a pillar, they're not a fabric of this community. And again, my kids are younger, but like, I can't even imagine that one of my kids would be going through this and I'd have to, like, being an East Brunswick resident my whole life, to stand here and have to even talk about this just makes no sense to me. And I really, really hope that you guys figure it out and get it together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Samarine, East Brunswick residents. I wasn't going to speak tonight because I think that this place is very punishing and punitive. I've spoken before and I've received repercussion. But I just wanted to express my son who's at the high school. He tried to reason with me not to come because he was actually very scared for me to speak tonight. But you know, I'm not going to repeat what Noreen said because I'm sure somewhere, Dr. Valesky, you also know that we were an afterthought. And to feel demoralized and dehumanized, it's not fun. To see every single news outlet, I was thanking all the journalists in the room here tonight because I was like, just maybe somebody would put a line about the Muslim kids in their piece. ABC didn't do it, NBC didn't do it, CBS didn't do it. We were doxxed heavily. And this is probably why my son did not want me to be here tonight. And when including to our community, do not follow the footsteps of, and I'm not going to talk about Dr. Valesky, the commander-in-chief of this town, when he weaponizes anti-Semitism. Do not ever weaponize Islamophobia like that. It is destructive, it is violent, it is divisive, it is demoralizing, and it can be extremely fatal. 6-year Wadia Fayumi in Chicago is a real child. He was a real child. If my son would have come home and he would have said, you know, Mama, someone mistaken me for a Jewish child, if he would have uttered the word Islamophobia out of my mouth, I would have put him in his place. How are you so embarrassed to be called? Everyone here was like, oh my God, these children should not be called. Is it really that embarrassing to be called a Muslim? I don't think that advisor should be penalized. I don't think this board should be penalized because I honestly think it was a mistake. I hope and pray to God it was a mistake. Can you imagine I'm sitting here? You're not an afterthought. You're really not an afterthought. After I've seen what went down today. None of you are an afterthought. If it was a mistake, if my kid, we have an actual problem in this town. Thousands of comments calling us terrorists. When we replace you, Dr. Valesky, somebody else will come and we will still be terrorists. And those kids will still be Jewish kids that we don't want anything to do with. We have an actual problem in the town. That is so frightening. Between the time when the first call came to now, imagine if we would have had an actual tragedy on our hands. Thank you, Brad Cohen, because this is all he does in his day job, is divide the crap out of this community. I really was not expecting that from you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdurrahman al-Dasu'i, and I'm a rising Abdurrahman al-Dasu'i, and I'm a rising freshman and I'm 13 years old. I would like to, before I begin, I want to say that I'm friends with people of all races and people of all ethnicities and faiths. And it's just heartbreaking what happened. Nobody here decided to defend or stop the spread of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Never would I have thought on a Saturday at a Muslim interscholastic tournament taking a picture that my picture in a couple months would be nationwide spread and I would be labeled as a terrorist and compared to the KKK and just called horrifying things when I was just out spending time in an event that's supposed to bring people together. But now, as a result of taking part in an event in positive intentions, now the whole community is divided. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. Fix it. Thank you for your time.
Erin Jenkins, West Amherst Street. I'd like to start with Dr. Valesky's statements from the May 9th meeting. Approximately at the 9-minute mark, you quoted the phrase, "To run with the big dogs, you need to get off the porch." You also said it's easier to pound away at a keyboard than to call and have a face-to-face conversation. At 13 and a half minutes, you referred to people on social media as marauders. Now, most of you don't know me, but those that do know me know I can run with the big dogs, and I rarely stay on a porch. I also do not pound at a keyboard without knowing I will not be saying it to somebody's face. So as you represent our district, you have called us marauders. The definition of that word is a person or animal that goes from place to place to kill, destroy, or steal. If you can liken me to an animal, then I feel it's only fair to reciprocate. I will liken you, as well as other members sitting up there, with the exception of Dr. Figueroa and the high school students, to a liar, a coward, two-faced, hypocrite, and just to not leave out the animal comparison, a donkey. Here's the difference. I'm a dental hygienist. You are the superintendent of our district, and you represent us, publicly and privately, and this is how you chose to behave. Rants from board members that are personal, or Dr. Valesky himself, do not have any place here. I'm not here to discuss your service. I appreciate all who have served our country, but your service is irrelevant in this forum. You say one thing and do another. For example, security jobs were supposedly not an issue, yet they're being voted on. Another contradiction. So I stand here, not behind a keyboard, but behind a mic. I've called you out to your face. I think everybody sees you here more clearly. Before I get onto the yearbook, I want to thank you for the glimpse of life without Dr. Figueroa on this board. As far as the yearbook issue, it's horrible and it's disgusting. I feel for every single person affected by it. For Glenn Pazinko to say in the 101.5 article, the students were responsible, is a pathetic blame game. There's a faculty advisor. I'm guessing they are paid for that role. I'm curious if there's also an admin that oversees them. If a student had done it, then why weren't there multiple eyes proofreading to catch these errors? This is a big error, but there are other errors. For example, there are pictures of former staff and students that are not even in East Brunswick schools anymore. There's foreign language under a picture that is not English, Spanish, nor Arabic. I don't speak it, so I don't know it. But that is in there. Nobody caught any of that. I've heard from friends, patients, and students about threats being made if the books are not returned. Today I heard you were returning them, but didn't. ABC News reported that they had all been recalled. I can tell you as a fact, you do not have all the yearbooks. Rumor or not, it needs to be investigated and clarified. Telling kids they will not graduate, telling them they will not walk in graduation, it's not even 3 minutes, don't try. They will not have access to their transcripts or other information if the book is not returned is unacceptable. You don't get to blackmail or bully anybody into returning that yearbook. On pure principle, I will not hand you the yearbooks my children have. I do not agree with what was done, but I will not step down to be bullied. I dare this district to try to punish me, my children, or anybody else for not handing in that book or following what you want us to do. You screwed up, not us. You think social media went crazy over the issue? Then bully somebody. See how it goes. Words lack trust. Your words lack trust. If you don't know by now, then let me make it clear. I'm not the one. I'm not the parent who will allow this to happen. So I suggest statements of threats, blackmail, and anything that's trying to persuade these children to hand a book back or conform to what you want them to be. Cease immediately. What type of example do you set for your students? Teach them their thoughts and values are important, whether you agree with them or not. Continuing to act like toddlers who
Ma'am, your time is up. You have to wrap it up.
I understand that. Continuing to act like toddlers who will retaliate if you don't get your way is over. You all need to take responsibility for your actions, put your big boy pants on, and grow up.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins.
Robert Lipson, 8 Stagecoach Run in East Brunswick. I've had 3 daughters who graduated from this institution. Each of them went through many anti-Semitic incidents in this school, which were basically swept right under the rug, just as you're trying to do here. I think the big message from tonight is that there's much more in common of the people here than you want to believe. But I do have one thing to say. This was an anti-Semitic event that happened on the yearbook. It's clear, that's how we feel it, that's how it is. Nowhere in Mayor Cohen's email did he say that the Muslim students who were in the picture had anything to do with it. He said it had to be investigated, but it was an anti-Semitic event. We feel it, we were replaced. Not by who replaced us, but we were replaced by somebody who did it. Whether it was the advisor or the students who are on the and you say you know the results, share them. That's all I have to say. Share them, because the anger in this room is because you know secrets that you don't want to share. There's a lot more agreement among these people than and it's all about how you're not leading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lipson.
Hi, my name is Ambreen Rupp. I am a resident of East Brunswick. I live on Canterbury Circle. My neighbor's sitting right there. I did not intend to speak today, but I want to say that I'm incredibly heartbroken to hear all the incidents on both the Jewish children's side and the Muslim students' side. I'm hoping the board is listening. I'm hoping that they are going to take big steps to provide these children with the mental health support that these children are going to need. I can't imagine. And I am so proud of each one of you who got up here and advocated for yourself. And I want to say that it's really unfortunate what's going on in this town. My children, I moved to East Brunswick for the schools. My eldest is special needs. I cannot tell you, she is in the best possible hands. I will live in a tent here if it means she gets the teachers that she has. She is being cared for, and these are Jewish speech therapists, Christian. I mean, when they care for my daughter, they care for her as if she's their own. And I want to say that this community needs to build those connections and understand that we are all here tonight for our children. And I hope that you listened to every one of them and took their concerns very seriously. They need mental health support. They need to feel safe. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Deborah Means, Civic Center Drive. I spoke a few weeks ago as a resident of East Brunswick for more than 60 years and a graduate of both the East Brunswick schools. I want to vomit tonight after listening to these children speak of their experience in these schools. I don't know how you were all sitting there and listening to this and not even batting an eyelash. I'm sorry. Dr. Valesky, you cried when you talked about the budget at that budget forum. How can you not cry tonight listening to these young children telling you what they're going through? it doesn't matter if you're this or you're that or that. None of that matters. We're all people. We all matter. These are our babies, and they're hurting, and you're causing this. You have the responsibility to fix this. You're the CEO and the leader of this school district. You messed up the budget. You messed up Dr. Figueroa. You messed up yelling at a veteran. How many more? This is messed up beyond belief. We need change. We need you to go. I'm sorry. I know your contract's not up, but I don't know how you can stand here and do this to us. And our town, the town was never like this before, ever, for over 60 years. And now it is. And you're a part of it. And you're contributing to it. And I'm sorry. But, I hope that you consider resigning. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's for our children and their safety.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Means, a Civic Center Drive resident as well. That was my mom. Did not want to, expect to speak tonight, but I feel like I need to. So I'm 32 years old. I'm going to age myself. 30 of those years I've lived in East Brunswick. I graduated from East Brunswick High School in 2010. I don't have kids yet. I want kids so much. I've always thought of myself as a mother one day. And it honestly fears me to think of sending them, to a public school in general because of the climate with, possible school shootings and just bullying in general. But after hearing what's happened at my school that I went to, I'm even more fearful of thinking of sending my kid to East Brunswick schools one day. And I wish I could say that I had the financial means to be able to send them wherever I'd like to. I think that'd be great for everybody, but unfortunately it's just not that simple in the financial climate today. But I will do my best with what I've seen happen to not send them to East Brunswick schools. And I hope that you can listen to the very brave residents and students and everyone here that spoke today and make changes that will change my mind. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Izzy Boney. I'm a rising sophomore in East Brunswick. I don't really have a lot to say. My family here has already expressed their concern very clearly. But what I am going to say is that you guys here know what is wrong and you know what is right. And I pray that God Almighty guides your heart to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danielle Vieto, Bradford Road. I just want to say that I know you're just one piece of the puzzle, right? I think that hate starts at home, and we all know that. But I think that, my gut hurts by hearing all these stories. I had no idea about the climate in the schools, and it's heartbreaking, and I'm sure everyone going home tonight is going to feel that as well. So I guess my question and my hope for you is that this is not just filed away in the minutes, that there's a strategy that's going to be put in place, because there's an accountability for you to give the power to the teachers, to give them the resources for the students, whatever it may be. That's your job. You can't do everything, but you could do something. And we need you, right? We voted you in. This is what we need. Please start listening to us. That's all we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no others, I'm going to close the public portion. There's been a lot said here tonight. And I know that some of you have been pretty harsh on the people sitting up here. I assure you we do hear everything. I have to tell you I'm incredibly proud of our kids, but I'm also incredibly heartbroken for them. especially our young ones. I give you a tremendous amount of credit. You have poise at 13 years old that I wish I had at 50. We didn't create this problem. I know that some people would like to think we did. And I'm not telling you that this was handled perfectly. I don't think there's anything that's ever handled perfectly, and we have to learn from our mistakes. And some people have asked for an apology, and I can only speak for myself. My apology is that I am incredibly sorry for what's going on for these children. And I'm devastated to hear some of the things that have gone on in the high school. And I graduated from this high school, and I know another woman said she was here for 50 years, so was I. I also graduated here, and I went to school with all types of kids, and I was raised in a house where it didn't matter what you looked like, who you prayed to, who you loved. And I've raised my kids that way, and I'm proud of that. And in my heart of hearts, I don't believe this is anti-Semitism. I'm probably going to get yelled at for saying that, and I'm sorry. But I will tell you that you asked us why we're not giving you answers. But no matter what we say, you're not going to believe us. And the reason that the call for the outside investigator is because no matter what we say, we're accused of keeping secrets of transparency issues. But the reality is there's a very fine line between transparency and confidentiality. And I will tell you something. I'm a sports parent, and parents ruin youth sports. And in this particular case, I think some adults have ruined this because it was no one on this board that took that picture. And I can tell you for myself, that was one of my first concerns, that there are children in that picture. And you can ask us why we didn't do anything. The man sitting over here will tell you that he tells board members not to speak on social media, not to get involved in it, not to answer you. And I know people get frustrated, but I will tell you from me personally, and probably for the other board members up here, I answer every phone call, every text, every email that is sent directly to me. I've always been accessible. To be honest with you, I actually would like to speak to the kids. I don't know how to do that, but I would like to find a way to sit down with the kids that spoke tonight, and I'd like to hear everything they have to say, because it shouldn't be done. But you can't come here, and you guys, some of you were very, very rude tonight. And it's wonderful to be passionate, but to yell at people up on this dais who are just trying to listen, and I'll be accused of, oh, poor me. There's no poor me in this. I'm not affected by this. The children are affected by this. But you want to know something? We're not the ones that ran with it. Parents did. The mayor did. We did not. We asked you. We begged you for 24. Thank you. You don't have to vote for me. We asked you, not even 24 hours were we given before people jumped to conclusions. And that's really hard, because you can get angry at Dr. Valesky, and you can get angry at the yearbook kids, the advisors, and all that. The reality was, when we put something out that said we thought this was an error and we wanted to look into it, you got angry. So I'm not sure what I can say that's going to calm people down. I don't know what other board members want to say, but I don't know how to help, honest to God. I think the divided community is absolutely heartbreaking, and the kids, because you know something, we're all parents up here, and you're parents, and God willing, and where's my 32-year-old that wants to be a mom? You'll all be parents one day. This is unbelievable, and I did shed tears, because hearing what these kids went through, I can't imagine that. I walk these halls, I can't imagine being made to feel that way. And like a lot of you, I didn't intend to speak and to say anything tonight, and I probably will get in trouble for it. But I just have to tell you, we can't help what's going on in social media, but you can. For you kids, keep fighting for yourselves. Please tell us what goes on. Let us know the climate. Mrs. Reese, where are you? There she is. Has a student life committee, and I would love to see some of the students that spoke tonight on your committee, Mrs. Reese, because we've asked people how we can make things better. And I have to tell you something. You guys are how, because I don't have any faith in the adults. You don't have faith in us. I don't have faith in a lot of you. I do have faith in you guys, because you kids got up here and you spoke. And for the children that were in that photograph, my heart breaks for you, because you're absolutely right. And the adults that went on social media and put it out there without knowing anything about it, shame on them. And for the kids, And for the kids that were upset and thought that they were being erased because their club, again, I'm so upset for them because that's a horrible feeling. And certainly we're doing everything we can to rectify it, but you can't come at us, with darts and tell us how terrible we are and not even give us 24 hours. I promise you, this is a transparent board. You're not always going to agree with everything we say, but at some point, you have to let us try and do our jobs. You have every right to not reelect us. And I know everyone wants to say that we're not listening to you. I'm not here to tell you whether you should, you shouldn't. I'm just here to tell you that while we're up here, I'd love to have a little bit more respect for the people that sit up here and let us have a shot at fixing this issue and making sure that everybody is okay with the outcome. And as I said, the divided community, as someone who's lived here for more than 50 years, it does break my heart because I've never seen this in East Brunswick. And I'm not saying that there's not injustice and there's not kids that made fun of everything, but I grew up in an age with George Carlin, and he was an equal opportunity offender, and it used to be you can make a joke about anything. And quite honestly now, these aren't jokes. These are kids' lives, and no kid should ever be made to feel that way, and I'm sorry for you guys. Anyway, I'm sorry, because I forgot where we are. So I apologize for being indulgent. I'm going to ask for a motion to move all the items on this evening's agenda. Moved by Mrs. Becker, second by Mrs. Reese, which means, board members, please feel free to have discussion on any items on this evening's agenda. Mr. Hong?
So the Board of Education item number 5, we are trying to appoint outside counsel to do the investigation. Tonight we heard so many angry voices from all different groups of the community members. So my question to either Dr. Vlasky or our board attorney, so what's the reason you choose the Brisbane law firm? In the state of New Jersey, we have more than 80,000 attorneys. So how can you guarantee or you standard to choose this law firm to provide an independent, fair, quick, accurate investigation report to our community, where everyone in this community, even in this state, are waiting for the report? So you choose this law firm. What's your standard to choose this one and to guarantee a fair, quick, accurate report to answer our community's question?
Dr. Valesky, when this broke, Dr. Valesky spoke with me yesterday. My recommendation, and the first time the board could meet, is this evening. The board cannot act, and as President-elect said, they don't act through social media. They don't respond in social media. It's a public body. It's a board. It's an elected body that speaks by the majority, not by individual board members. And tonight's the first night that they could meet. I have recommended that they hire an independent attorney. Mr. Brisman, he is very familiar with school law. He is an expert in investigations. He is a man of incredible integrity, very thorough, very thoughtful, very pragmatic and kind, and he knows school law. And I think that I've represented lots of boards in a lot of communities. I've never been to a board meeting like this in my entire life, ever. It was, and frankly, the moving part were the children. The Jewish students, the Muslim students, the Christian students, whoever spoke. The impact that you guys have experienced is heartfelt. I've never seen anything quite like this. This community, and when I say this community, this school district and these kids deserve an investigation. Because the one thing I learned in law school is we live in America. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. You find facts and you make decisions based on facts, not on assumptions, not on guesses. Was what occurred horrific? Absolutely. But it was horrific for lots of folks. It was horrific for the Jewish students. It was horrific for the Muslim students who were depicted and then defamed all over national media. It was horrific. And so what this community deserves, what these students deserve, is an independent investigation that will be starting tomorrow. The attorney will be starting the investigation tomorrow morning. Now, what Dr. Valesky and President Lax intimated is there is rules of confidentiality. We can't disclose employee personnel matters. We can't disclose student matters. But I can assure you that Mr. Brisman will do a thorough investigation, and it will be reported to this board, and the board will take whatever action is deemed appropriate. If there was wrongdoing, there will be consequences, serious consequences. And if it was an error, clearly there was a massive, massive failure. That's clear without question. A failure. It never should have happened. So we're going to find out why it happened, who is responsible, and whether it was purposeful or just a gross error and lack of oversight. And that's what Mr. Brisman will do. He'll report to the board, and as I said, tonight, Thursday night, this is the first time this board could meet. This happened on Tuesday. 48 hours later, there's an appointment. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Brisman will start the investigation. And the investigation's got to move quickly because, as you all know, school's ending relatively soon. So we're hopeful by the next board meeting we'll have information that we can share with the community. But I think what President Lax said, the students, what you spoke of and the kindness you talked about one another, frankly, my favorite singer is Dave Matthews, and he said the world would be a lot better if the kids ran it. I don't think he's so wrong right now. And I think that the kindness that you showed one another, we should all learn from that, all of us. So I wanted to thank the kids for demonstrating what the adults should act like. Thank you very much, and
Amen.
That's what we're going to be doing. Yeah.
Agenda.
I have one quick thing.
Mr. Cummings, yes.
Just real quickly on the staff development, mentoring, and professional development plan. I had reviewed those plans and really want to just kind of further emphasize for the district the importance and significance of those, especially now, especially in light of everything that we heard this evening and always. Last night I had the pleasure of attending the retirement celebration and hearing from and meeting so many of the amazing teachers and administration and faculty staff who are a part of this district, who are such, have this wealth of knowledge and information, and it's such an amazing opportunity for our new teachers who are rising up through this district to have access to them and to learn from them. So I just really want to emphasize and charge the district to focus a lot of energy and attention on helping to strengthen those teachers through professional development and mentoring. It's a gift to all of them, and it's a tribute to the amazing institutional knowledge that we have here. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. May I please have a motion to adjourn?
No.
No, you gotta vote.
You gotta vote.
Oh,
Roll call.
I'm sorry, it's late. Okay, will the secretary please call the roll?
Mrs.
Okay.
Becker. Mr. Cummings.
Yes.
Mr. Goswami. Ms. Guas.
Yes.
Mrs. Herrick.
Yes.
Mr. Hong.
Yes.
Dr. James.
Yes.
Mrs. Reese.
Yes.
President Lax.
Yes, motion carries. May I please have a motion to adjourn?
No,
Good
I
of
should
the
let
cause?
the board comment.
I thought that's part of the whole thing. Okay, I'm sorry. So is there anything for my apologies, for the good of the, Vicky?
I'm sorry a lot of people left already, but I want to echo what's been said here tonight. There's something that a woman said very early in the evening in the good of the cause, a very wise woman, and she just simply said, there is no place for hate in our district. and she was a very wise woman. There is no hate, no place for hate in our district, in our world. I am so profoundly sorry and sick for the anguish this has caused our students, our families, and our communities. And you have our commitment. This is going to be investigated, and as Matt said, the community will find out exactly what happened, why it happened, and hold those accountable. I simply want to say to the students, I had 2 children go through this school district, and I remember them experiencing pain, and it hurt. And when you're a board member, it's like you have over 8,000 kids, and it hurts. I look forward to the day when a student can come before this board or any board and not have to say, I am a Jewish student or I am a Muslim student, but just, I'm a student in East Brunswick. Thank you all for coming out tonight.
I am sorry the students left. I'm torn on that because I'm a teacher, so I also would like them to go home and go to sleep because I know they have to be awake to learn early. But at the same time, I echo what Mrs. Lack said. I would like to have the opportunity to meet and talk with them. I would like to say I've been struggling with this. As board members, we don't often put our personal things forward, but at this point, it's very hard not to at least try to express where we stand. I've come to realize with struggling for the past few days how incredibly not impartial I am in this in so many ways. I am a 32-year New Jersey public school teacher. I live in public high schools. It is hard not to personalize this. This is my life. And I have children in this building. I have a child in this building. My son just graduated. I have a little one in the district. And my daughter is a member of the Jewish Club. I am a Jewish mom. I am also a teacher in a school where about 1/3 of the students who I refer to as my kids, and if you are still a kid and who you're here, or if you remember being in high school, there are kids teachers referred to as their kids. We claim them. About 1/3 of my kids that I spend my day with are Muslim. It is very hard to separate from any of this except the overwhelming hurt that's being felt, and I'm floundering. What I do want to say is that we all feel this very strongly. My clarity and my thoughts are, though, we are horrified when pictures get put on social media, and we've been criticized for sitting up here and saying social media is dangerous. People believe the loudest words said, and people spread whatever they see. And the pictures that were posted on social media that have become so national, that's dangerous to our children. We did not release that way. And we feel the worry about our kids. I'm crushed by things that were said by officials that are not part of the school board. We do not run the town. We are the school board. We didn't make statements. And yet people came here to vent their frustration about it, and we can't talk back. We feel frustrated as well. I also want to say that I applaud Dr. Valesky in his decision to move slowly and thoughtfully, because when emotions are high, everyone wants us to move faster, tell people something, say something, release news, move forward. And he did not fall to the pressure, to the political, to the news feeds, to anything other than what's best for our students, which is finding out what is true. And then the wisdom to realize that we need an impartial party to come in, because we need the town to see the impartiality, that it is not the board, that it is not Dr. Valesky, that someone else also came in and saw this, and this is what happened, because the town needs to heal. This has been damaging, and the town needs to heal, and we do need that outside person. A great deal of the things that were done to the town came from outside the town. Outside factors came in and weighed in and spread things. And I don't think that's East Brunswick's character, but it was fed from outside a great deal. I also want to say that the only good that I see come out of this was I was so proud of the number of our students that came here tonight and waited very late to step up to the mic and speak their piece. My own child said, "Is it okay to come to the meeting tonight?" I said, "I always encourage you, come, speak your piece. And if you don't feel listened to, come back and speak again." And our students not only came and spoke their piece, but they applauded and they supported each other. And that is what I hope that we can grow. That's the best thing. I am still honored to be on this board, and I want to be a part of the solution here. But I just want to say we are all having the shared experience of floundering and feeling broken and sad by what's happening in our community. And I am just crushed that children are paying the price here. And thank you for staying this late. It has been a long night, and we appreciate your dedication to this.
I just want to echo what has been said before, and we all have a lot of feelings here on the board about, we come onto the board because we care about the kids. That's why we're here. And so there's certain rules, we can't speak certain times, and there's confidentiality, and I'm not a lawyer, so we try to do the right thing up here on the board, but please know that each one of us is here because we care about the students. And I think on a parallel track to this investigation, I can speak for myself, but I know the board members too. Part of what we're trying to do is to help the kids navigate a world where social media, when we grew up, we didn't know how to have to deal with what happens on social media. They're having to learn how to navigate that. And part of it comes from the home, but part of it also comes from the schools. And we do have programs to help them with this. But I'm going to speak for myself. I feel we definitely need addition at parallel time as we're doing the investigation. We need to look to further curriculum to bring our community together. It's time. It's time. The kids are telling us it's time. And we've had history in East Brunswick where we've had these programs. So it's not out of tune with who we are as a community. I'm still proud to be from East Brunswick, and I hope you are too. And Dr. Valesky and his staff and our teachers work hard every day. There have been threats to our students from outside forces. We still have to live here once the New York Post leaves, once the CBS News leaves, and all these outlets where it's a good story for 3 days, and guess what? They're not here tonight. So we have to work together. As a Jewish American, I was hurt when I saw the club picture for the Jewish club. But I know that it will come out that, and I don't want to say I know because I'm not an investigator, but I have a very clear feeling that this will not be anti-Semitism. Why do I know? Because my daughter's Jewish and she's on the yearbook club. And I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, yes, there are anti-Semitic incidents that have happened over the years. I'm crushed by them. There are Islamophobic incidents that have happened over the years. I am crushed by them. Our kids are our priority. That is why Dr. Valesky is here. This is why our representatives are here. I think it's a reflection of the job that they're doing that the kids came up and they spoke. Because partially, it's from the education that they've received here in the East Brunswick schools. They're so well spoken. I couldn't speak that way at their age. I'm trembling now as I speak, and I'm 54 years old. I shouldn't have said that, right? It's a little, but we have a lot still to be proud of, and there's a lot still to work on. But please know that we care, and that sometimes because of the rules of this, and maybe what we need to do is have more opportunities for us to talk informally. like the New York, like the police department does coffee with a cop. And Dr. Valesky has been open to this in the past. He is. But would you want to sit after you've been yelled at like this? I mean, if we have to be an example for our kids too. And East Brunswick is a beautiful community. The diversity here in our community is the envy of many other communities. Let's not give up so quickly. Let's not give in to the naysayers. We have a lot to offer here. It is still a wonderful place to live. And I know that we can come back from this because after, like I said, all these other news organizations left, we don't want the aftermath of this to be something to tear us apart, but rather to be used as a spark to bring us together. Thank you for your time.
Real quickly, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of healing that needs to occur in the community. This is my opinion. I think one of the first steps should be that anyone who received a book should bring it back and that the page should be fixed. We have the opportunity now or soon to get that done, and it needs to be addressed. So I would encourage everyone who received a yearbook to please bring it back to the administration building and get it fixed so that it accurately and appropriately reflects the entire class body.
So now everyone has left, so I just want to add two things. So I am new to the board. This is my second meeting, but I am feeling so much proud of this school board because first day when I came for and I took the oath, that day I saw a hell lot of awards, teachers, support staff. Today I came second meeting, again awards. So when so much awards, now we should not be coming like as a Jewish, Muslim, anybody. We should come as East Brunswick residents and East Brunswick students and family and community. I just want to say that I have joined, this is the second time. We will all work together and we will bring the best. We are trying to work on this and we all work as a board together to fix everything. Thank you everyone. Good night.
Hi, thank you. Also my second meeting, and this was a very difficult one. I definitely feel the pain in this room, and I don't want to repeat what other people have said, but I also just feel like it wouldn't be appropriate for me to sit here, silently hearing the suffering, the genuine suffering of our kids. And I know that this is a great town, and that we don't stand for any forms of bias, and we just want to believe that progress is linear, and that we're always moving forward, and that the next generation will just fix it. But that's not the case. We have to address these issues head on, and I believe that we will, and I believe we really want to be part of the solution, and we want to work with the community to make this better. And so I wanted to report on other things tonight, but I just wanted to say that, I hear you, and we hear you, and we know this is not okay, and, we're going to make it better. Thank you.
Did you have any? Okay, so I just want to also echo what my fellow board members have been saying. I hope that the students that came here tonight, we welcome anybody who wants to come here to our meetings. We want to hear from you. It's hard because, like people have said, we're limited on social media, but we field calls and texts, and I'm always wanting to speak to anybody who wants to speak about any issue. It takes a lot to come up here and speak, and I know not just for the parents, but the kids that get up here. We know this, you feel this is your last resort, right? Like nobody wants to come here and sit for 4 hours. So we understand that when you come here and talk to us, you feel that, you want to be heard and you have an issue that is significant to you. And we hear you. We want to hear from you. We want you to come to our meetings. We want you to be involved. We live in a great community. we want to conduct this independent council because we want to put out our transparency, for people to know that we want to know what happened, we want to fix this, and we heard it too, and as well as community members, reaching out and talking to us. We also field calls and texts from each other about, how upset we were, how we were feeling. This affects us. We live here. Our kids go to school here. We live in a great town. This is a really great community. And there's many times I've seen us come together and be supportive of each other, in school, outside of school. I know, we all care, right? That's why we're up here. That's why you're here. And so I really struggle. I have a lot of stuff to read about the budget, but I'm going to hold that till our next meeting because I can't sit up here and focus on that right now. But I want you to have the confidence in us to know that we are moving forward with this, the best way that we can. And we are up here, healing with you as well. And we want to find, a way to move forward and to approach this with sensitivity and be mindful of people's feelings and ensure that there's additional supports as needed at schools for students who need it and have the availability to talk to somebody when they need to. So, thank you. Sorry for the rambling.
Okay. So, additional to my fellow board members' statement, I just want to say a few words. Professionally, I'm a lawyer. Before I became a lawyer, I was a scientist. Now I'm serving as the Ethics Committee appointed by New Jersey Supreme Court. Confidentiality and transparency is very, very fine line. As a board member, so many times when I read the online social media post, I type the response and I delete it. I know I have the responsibility not to respond to that one. I urge the community, please don't lose faith on us. We are a group of volunteers. We keep every single student in East Brunswick School District in our heart. We work very hard. The only reason we sitting here is we care our students. We listen. We like to hear what you are talking. We listen. We put it in our job. So please don't keep your faith on us. Please, let's unite together. Don't destroy this great community. We are one East Brunswick. No matter where you are from, no matter what kind of skin color you have, let's be united, be one East Brunswick. We work together. We can improve. Of course, we're not doing perfect job, but we can make it better slowly, day by day. Thank you.
Thank you. As you can see, we are all human and we do listen. And actually, after the budget sessions, Dr. Valesky and I did have conversations about the fact that this is a very flawed format because the public portion allows you to speak to us, but not for us to speak back. And we talked about things like town halls and ways that we can engage. I know my fellow board members all feel the same way. So look for some kind of forum that we can put out there where you can actually come and talk to board members. That being said, I know a lot of you in the community know us. We're in the community, we're parents, we're around, we're your neighbors. So please reach out to us directly. You can't believe everything you read on Facebook, but if you want to know anything about us or if you want to talk to us and ask us questions, you can find us, and we'll talk about that. So as I said, between the Student Life Committee and potential town hall meetings and ways for you to talk to us, hopefully we can earn and keep your trust. So it's a very late night. Thank you so much for being here with us. Chris, you go out with a bang, my friend. And it's not too soon to run the other direction. No, just kidding. Well, you got through a marathon board meeting, so late night study sessions and cramming at Princeton will be no problem for you. But truly, thank you again for all your service to this board. We've loved all of your reports. They've been thorough, they've been great, entertaining. It made me feel like I was actually back in this building, and I did perform on this stage, I'm proud to say, and I think that was easier than this. So I thank you. We're looking forward to seeing you and your classmates in a couple weeks, and now I will ask for an motion. I'm sorry, it's been a long week. A motion to, we're going to go with, what's her name? Vicky and Heather. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, everyone. Get home safe.